Good evening. Welcome and thank you to everyone on our YouTube live stream for being here tonight. I call this meeting of the Montgomery County School Board to order at 7:02 on March 2nd, 2021. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board members, as we begin tonight's meeting, I want to offer an apology. As chair, one of my goals is to help our meetings be more closely aligned with Robert's Rules of Order. I understand that I pushed too fast at our last meeting, and am thankful to the board members for pointing that out to me. I will continue to review our policies related to orderly meetings and to study Robert's Rules of Order. At our April 20th meeting, I will bring a suggested list of meeting norms for us to discuss as a board. I understand that it may take several meetings for us to get to a set of meeting norms that we all agree to, but believe this will work to help us function better as a board. I'm studying both Robert's Rules, 11th edition, and Robert's Rules for Dummies, If any other board members would like a copy of either book, please let Ms. Drake know and she will order them for you. Because we have so much on the agenda tonight, I have asked Ms. Drake to let me know when we reach an hour of discussion on any single agenda item. At that point, we can decide how we want to move forward with continued discussion. Does anyone disagree with this change to our procedure for tonight only? Okay. In that case, we will proceed with our next item, which is the adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So move.
Second.
I have a question. Oh, am I on? There we go. Okay. Did we add to the agenda discussion of the March 8th? Was that added? Because I had requested that today.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, right at the top.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. Dr. Meyer, I will turn it to you for your superintendent announcements.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of announcements. Want to recognize a few of our athletic teams. First of all, the Blacksburg High School boys and girls swimming teams won the state championship this year, so congratulations to them. And the Blacksburg High School indoor girls track, they were runner-ups, second place in the state as well this past weekend. So great job, guys, or ladies. I was also able to watch all of our football games this past weekend, either in person. I was able to go to a game, but then I was able to watch the remainder of the games on the National High School Federation Network, and we were really appreciative of being able to broadcast our games, and it's really fun seeing our students compete, and the band's out there, the cheerleaders are out there, and I believe everyone's doing it in a safe manner, and the kids are just excited as they can be to be out there. So it's good to see that. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you. Tonight is the first night that our seniors of the month have had the option to attend in person. We are glad to recognize these seniors and their accomplishments. In the interest of health, board members will not leave the dais to congratulate the honorees, but please know this is our most favorite part of the entire meeting. Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, Mr. Husband is going to do the presentations tonight.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or teacher who nominated them for this recognition. Now it is my pleasure to present, in this order, Chris Stewart, Principal of Auburn High School, Guyleen Wood-Setzer, Principal of Blacksburg High School, Tony Deibler, Principal of Christiansburg High School, and Todd Lewis, Principal of Eastern Montgomery High School.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. It is my privilege to present to you this evening Auburn High School's March Senior of the Month, Jessica Trimmer. I'd like to take just a moment and read a statement from one of Jessica's teachers, just highlighting how great of a person Jessica is. Jessica Trimmer is a joy to have in class each day. She is always enthusiastic about learning and joins in discussions by adding thoughtful ideas and perspectives. She is a natural leader who strives to do her best in all areas of academia and life. She is a valued member of her cheer team as well. She is a delight, and I am so thankful to have had her in class 3 times throughout her high school career. She will do great things in the future, and I look forward to seeing her soar. Congratulations, Jessica.
Just go that way. That's hard. It's gotta be away from me. Good. You're good. You're good.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Meyer, I would like to introduce you to Fiona Tracy, the March Senior of the Month for Blacksburg High School. Ms. Showalter and Ms. Redzai had this to say about her. Fiona embodies the qualities of an exemplary student. She excels in the classroom and dedicates much of her time to volunteerism outside of class. Fiona exhibits joy and grace in all she does. She holds several leadership positions at BHS. She is the co-president of the Spanish National Honor Society, vice president of the Key Club, and co-president of Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA. She has coordinated efforts for a variety of service projects, including fundraising for children on the Angel Tree, coordinating kids' nights out activities, and participating in our Pen Pal project with Warm Hearth residents. She has a passion for working with and advocating for young children. Her nurturing demeanor and compassionate heart helps to foster relationships with the students she guides. This fall, Fiona will be attending Cornell University, majoring in human development with a Spanish minor. Congratulations, Fiona.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
He was going to be our student school board rep from CHS
Oh,
before we had
no.
to split and be so distant. Yeah.
Would have been, could have been. Yeah. Good evening. It is my pleasure to inform the board that the Christiansburg High School Senior of the Month for March is Joseph Charles Kaminsky. Here is what some teachers and staff members have to say. Joey's level of leadership and determination have been recognized and rewarded, having earned the position of battalion commander. Joey's ability to balance an extremely challenging academic schedule with these activities amazes me, especially given current circumstances. Joey's perseverance and determination are inspiring. His diligence and willingness to work hard, even when faced with roadblocks, are indeed crucial traits that he possesses. On a personal note, watching him play on the stage, I see Joey in his element. He is loyal, he is committed, he tries new things, he enjoys the travel, the music, the camaraderie, and I don't know that I've ever seen him perform without a smile on his face. Watching him develop the creative side of his personality is truly a pleasure. He's in Barren Mines, and you may have been familiar with him. I have no doubt that his drive, determination, intrigue, and passion in his academic pursuits will allow him to do so with the utmost success. Joey plans to major in biomedical sciences while participating in ROTC and the U.S. Army Reserves, and eventually join the U.S. Army as a surgeon. Congratulations, Joey.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Meyer. It's my pleasure to introduce the Eastern Montgomery High School Senior of the Month, Layla Thomas. Layla and her family are here with us this evening, and I'd like to congratulate her and also share a quote from her English teacher, Daly Howard. Layla has not only consistently been one of the strongest students in my English courses, but also one of the most engaged, genuinely curious, and sweet students I've had the pleasure to work with. She can always be counted on to guide class discussions and to always have a smile on her face. Even though she's been fully online this year, Layla continued to be a leader in classes and a model for those other students in terms of participation and working hard. She is simply a delight and has absolutely earned the distinction of Senior of the Month. Congratulations, Layla.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to all. At this time in each of our regularly scheduled meetings, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining to public education in Montgomery County. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Drake will have a timer on the screen. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during public address. Board, please also see the comments submitted via our online public comment feature in Board Docs. We currently have 13 people signed up for public address. I will call several names in a row so that speakers can be ready and prepared to come to the podium. Please, as you come to the podium, state your name and address and make sure you keep your mask on. I have Gabrielle Chassey and Josie Shelton. No? Neither of those?
We had some people outside. Do you mind waiting just another
Sure,
second or two?
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Sure.
I'm short. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. My name is Josie Shelton, 1320 Degas Lane. For the past week, I have worked with an intelligent and outspoken group of young women to bring the voices of those who have worked closest to the classroom to the table. We have received tremendous support from news outlets, community members, and our peers. A request for feedback by the school division was made, and it appears that a majority of respondents voted to keep the current hybrid schedule in place. Beyond this survey, I appreciate the opportunity to share some additional feedback here during public address. I am certain it's very clear to most of you in this room and to those of you watching the live stream that I have made my opinion nothing short of public. The recent scheduling decision appears to have been met with overall negative feedback from the community, yet the decision was still made to return to full-day instruction. My friends and I have worked so hard to create a petition that is about to break 2,000 signatures in approximately 5 days. An article was written and featured in the Roanoke Times, and we've created multiple infographics to help assist community members in using their voices to invoke positive change. Our petition highlighted our continuing concern to be heard by those of you in decision-making positions. Because it seems as though MCPS has decided to return to full days of instruction starting Monday, it seems that many respondents to the original school division survey were overlooked somehow. The Roanoke Times reports that about 58% of students district-wide did not support the schedule change, and more than 3/4 of teachers also did not want to change at this point this late in the school year. The significant change appears to include a massive rethinking of schedules, including 15 minutes allowed for eating lunch, which is not enough for a young body, enhanced mitigation strategies that will be cumbersome to teachers and students, many of whom voted against this idea, and undoubtedly a spending increase for desk barriers, lunch tents, and physical changes. With this in mind, and while I still have hope that we can make some strides by being here tonight, I'm forcing myself to ground in realism. I'm probably not going to change your minds. So where do we go from here? The goal of this project has become more than a fight for a safe and reasonable school schedule, but for student and teacher representation to be brought closer to the board. We're advocating to work in unity. I realize that in a school division composed of thousands of teachers, students, and parents, there can be just about as many individual opinions. I hope that the school system will always listen to us and consider us important stakeholders whose opinions and comments matter. Respectfully, I'm not certain that occurred in this situation. This seems like an abrupt scheduling change, and I worry it won't be seen as effective because a majority of stakeholders were not in favor of this idea. Thank you for allowing me to express my concerns about the decision to change the entire school division schedule and our worries surrounding this idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I missed her address. Could I ask what it is?
I didn't get it either.
Excuse me, could you tell me what your...
It's okay. It's on here.
She's from
Is it Christiansburg?
She's Christiansburg High School.
Miss Shelton? Okay, thank you. All right. Was Gabrielle Chessé out there, Mr. McGee? Okay, thank you. No,
We don't allow signups by proxy. I'm sorry.
No.
You can sign up still on the form in the back. I'm sorry, you're out of order. That you can still sign up on the Google form in the back.
Y'all are served by sending them back to school. And one thing I like to thank Susan, she's the only one that returned my phone call.
Natalie Miller and then Molly McPherson.
Hello, my name is Natalie Miller, 1315 Chestnut Drive. I'm a current junior at...
I'm sorry, Blacksburg or Christiansburg?
Christiansburg, sorry.
Thank you.
Hello again, my name is Natalie Miller. I'm a current junior at Christiansburg High School. I'm here in front of you today to address the disconnect between this board and the students and teachers that you represent. The decisions of last week's meeting made it abundantly clear that you are not fighting for us. The majority of us did not want this. We did not vote for this. I've been an MCPS student since I was 5 years old. I've spoken to this board before as a middle schooler, but I feel an overwhelming disconnect from the majority of these board members. You are not students in our school who have to uproot their lives daily and risk our safety. You are not the teachers who are in the classrooms worried about what they will bring back to their families. And you are not the parents of immunocompromised children who are running out of options. We started this movement to bring our voices to the table after our seat was taken away. We started an online petition with over 1,900 signatures that has since been blocked on the school-issue Chromebooks. And the voices of the students who signed the petition deserve to be heard. I respect this is a difficult decision to make, and you cannot please everyone. However, we need to do better to include our student and teacher voices in this conversation. I would urge each and every one of you to look closely at whose lives you are making decisions for. I ask you all to consider how this could have gone better and why we didn't take the time to include all voices in this discussion. A one-question survey with no background information on what this change means does not allow for students to make a well-rounded vote. We've had an outpour of teachers and students thank us for making this petition, thanking us for making their voices heard. 5 high school students who have been able to hear the voices of this community more in the past week than you've heard all year. This should not be what it takes for you to hear us. We are told in our classrooms at the beginning of each year that no matter what decisions we have or what ideas we share, we must respect the opinions of others and we must listen and be respectful. If that is not echoed in the governing body of our schools, what are we teaching the future? At CHS, we follow core values, and one of our main values is being connected. We are taught to be connected to our peers, to school events, and our teachers, and administrators as well. This is what we are taught to strive for, but you have to meet us halfway. This board has to want to be part of our stories, and you have to want to listen to us. The relationship that you have with those who you represent is only going to be mended when you start to rely on what we say. We do not want this to be the only line of communication between us. We need to be able to be heard without having to protest and petition. I want to close by asking each of you to leave here tonight and really think about how you can start to include us, because it has to start somewhere. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. Molly McPherson? And then Lauren Culver.
Good evening. My name is Molly McPherson, and I'm a senior at Blacksburg High School. I've been a student in Montgomery County Public Schools for 13 years now, and I can't tell you the last time students had a true and consistent say in their education at this level. At the school level, I would say things are much better, but at this level, not so much. After the events of last week's school board meeting, it became apparent to me and many other students that the board can tell us they're doing what's best for us, but as long as they continue to ignore our wishes, that statement is false. Along a similar line, the board loves to say that they support our teachers, but in the same breath, they list reasons why they're going to do the complete opposite of what our teachers want. Now, I think I've made my stance on returning to school pretty apparent in the past, so I'm not going to dwell on this topic too long. But if mental health is truly your concern, you need to check in on our teachers, and if you want to help the students, do what you can to eliminate standardized testing and stop telling us about the learning we've lost. We haven't lost anything. If anything, we're just behind schedule, and we should be. After everything we've been through in the past year, I would hope I'm not in the same place as past students at this time. You need to stop trying to hold us to standards set for a normal year when this clearly isn't a normal year. And to any student who feels as though you're behind, you are not. You're exactly where you should be after almost 365 days of this madness. Now, I know that the board has just approved for 4 more students, the seniors of the month, to be able to attend these meetings in person, and you've decided to wait until later to allow the student school board reps to come to these meetings in order to maintain social distancing. And to those at home, they are still sitting 6 feet apart and not the 3 feet that they say we should be doing in schools. But I do find it interesting that you, as the people who work in this room, got the final say on whether or not to add more people to this room. But when our teachers were in an identical situation, you didn't do what they wanted. But back on the topic of student voice. When meeting with Dr. Meyer over the summer, he told us the county was working on including more student voices in conversations. It's now been 6 months since our last meeting, and very little has changed. The student reps that I mentioned earlier could be absolutely amazing, and we'd love to see their abilities increased. In the past, the student reps would have to read a script that had to be approved by Dr. Meyer prior to the meeting, and that was that. I wouldn't call that student voice, I'd call it student voice with a catch. We'd love to see these students be able to participate in discussions and maybe even be elected at the school level. These positions have so many amazing possibilities, and if you want to get the most out of it, ask the students what they want to see. The student body in this county is amazing. They are relentless, and they deserve to be listened to. You may be hearing us, but you are not listening to us. And the same goes for the teachers. There was talk last week about how the board had consulted the teachers and gotten their input, and you did, but you didn't listen to them, and that's the difference. Both students and teachers in this county feel blatantly ignored, and I believe there's a grim future for MCPS if this continues. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Lauren Culver, Ashlyn Blevins.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Culver. I live at 565 Crispin Mill Road in Christiansburg, and I'm a senior at Blacksburg High School. I personally am not optimistic about the chance that you all will reconsider your recent decision to move us to level 3 of phase 3. I understand that the vote has already taken place and that preparations have already begun. In fact, they had begun before the vote even occurred. However, this board has taken a number of steps that explicitly exclude student voices from discussions and surveys, and I'd like to take this opportunity, to voice my concerns while you have no choice but to hear me. When I reached out to you after your vote last week via email, some responses I received defended the decision by saying that the main survey found that the majority of people wanted this change. That survey data did not include students. Even when the data from your survey is split by district, no district had a majority of students in favor of the change. Only 2 groups of respondents had a majority in favor: parents and other community members. Those are the 2 groups who are never in our school buildings, who are the least impacted by this change. No matter how you personally feel about your vote, no matter what you have been saying to defend your decision, the majority of teachers, staff, and students understand that you chose to weigh the voices of parents and community members over our own. You chose to listen to parents and not the teachers who have been sacrificing their personal time and safety to support this community and their students, despite an incredible lack of respect and support. Some of you who replied to my survey or to my email told me that you have done your best to listen to people who reach out to you, and that there is no one optimal solution to the issues we're trying to address. We all know this. We all understand that opinions on all sides are held very strongly, and that compromise is often difficult to reach. But in this specific situation, we have reached a compromise. The hybrid model is really the perfect compromise between stakeholders who feel we should be fully remote and stakeholders who feel we should be fully in person. It provides flexibility both to students who are unable to attend in person and to students who need to attend in person all day due to various academic and domestic needs. Now, that flexibility is gone. I don't think you'll reconsider this decision. I know that there are board members who do not agree with me. But you should know that any trust that you may have had from us has been lost. Students and teachers do not feel that you actually have our needs at the heart of your decisions.
I appreciate your time, and I hope that you will make every effort to improve the way you consider community input in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashlyn Blevins and then Andrea Langston.
Hello, Ashlyn Blevins, 2690 Madison Avenue, Christiansburg. My name is Ashlyn Blevins, and I am a senior at Christiansburg High School. Ignorance, dangerous, ill-informed, diminishing student voice. These are just some of the words I'm sure you will hear repeated tonight. Not only do these encapsulate the nature of the decision you recently made, but they also ring out in the ears of students that refuse to have their voices not heard. I'm glad our poignant reasons for being here will echo through your mind for the duration of this meeting, for we have had to endure poor communication and a relentless disconnect with you, the school board, that is in charge of making decisions for us. Who gave you the license to ignore students and teachers? You were elected to this position to represent your districts, and yet most of you seem to be failing at it. It is incredibly disheartening to be coming down this road with you all again. If you remember, a large group of us had to swarm the back of the school board offices in order for you all to begin to care about racial issues within our own school system. That was the first clue as to how dysfunctional this school board is. The second being your total disregard for the survey you sent out to help make your decision on the phase change. It seems protesting and advocacy are the only ways to get your attention and the only ways for you to listen to the people you are supposed to represent. As I end my address, I want you to try to reflect on a time your generation made history. What was it for? What will be your mark on this world? My generation will be known as the generation that wouldn't take no for an answer. We will be known as the generation that refused to be silent. And as of now, your mark on this county, these students, teachers, and parents will be that of your inadequacy to make the right decisions. This is our school. We are the ones going to school during a pandemic. It is time for you to wake up. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Langston and then Megan McElroy.
That's encouraging to follow. My name is Andrea Langston. I live at 850 Coal Hollow Road in Christiansburg. I'm a former classroom teacher, still driven by a strong obligation to stand up for public education, support educators and students, and defend best practices in teaching and learning. The pandemic provided the chance to reflect on our values and priorities and encouraged unconventional solutions for pressing problems. This administration sorely missed that opportunity, focusing on good PR rather than being truly committed to what is best for the school community in these unprecedented times. They missed the opportunity of increased public engagement, failed to include the voices of the experts in the classroom, and fomented discord on this board by bringing foregone conclusions to you instead of proposals that could be fully and respectfully debated. Teaching and learning are in no way defined by or adequately assessed by standardized testing. And while classroom data has its purpose, it is not the key nor will it ever be more valuable than direct professional observation when developing a compassionate and caring approach to education. In a prescient passage in The Challenge to Care in Schools regarding the swinging pendulum of education reform, Nell Noddings asserts real change requires a radical transformations in goals or ends, not simply in means, and that a dedication to full human growth will not impede intellectual achievement. It would have been spectacular if the administration had used their power to advocate for exemptions to standardized testing this school year instead of putting all their efforts into finding ways to open schools so we could get on with that test prep. Precisely not the way to reduce student stress. Noddings argues we should be willing to take risks that a slight fall in achievement scores in the short term if we have outcomes resulting in citizens who would live nonviolently with each other, sensitively and in harmony with the natural environment, and reflectively and serenely with themselves. It would have been amazing to see our administration find ways to mobilize community talents, retired professionals, extended families, those with flexible work schedules, the university and business communities to help encourage greater student participation in daily lessons. Instead, their energies were spent trying to convince us that the only way to serve families is to fully reopen schools, even if community spread and mitigation efforts are not at acceptable levels. Some of you acknowledged the continued hardships on teachers adapting in this ever-changing landscape to be their best for their students. It would have been heartening to see our administration pull teachers together across the county for work sessions where teachers would problem solve to come up with proposals they trusted would be valued and presented to the board for consideration. Instead, schools were handed top-down decisions and asked how to implement them or what concerns they may have about them, a disingenuous attempt to feign teacher input. This administration demonstrates a lack of vision and innovation addressing issues in exchange for easy answers that slap Band-Aids on problems. They, along with each of you, have enormous responsibility as decision makers. With that responsibility comes accountability to all you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan McElroy, and then Nancy Gibson.
Hi, my name is Megan McElroy, and I'm a junior at BHS. I stood up here 3 months ago in this exact spot and told you my thoughts like many others did that night. Due to the fact that I am currently right in front of you, I know you heard me. However, I do not think you listened to me. I, like many others, do not agree with the movement to Phase 3, Level 3. It is especially hard to comprehend this change because everyone I've talked to was content with the hybrid schedule, and I struggle to trust the survey data that was brought up because of the manipulation of the graphs and the grouping of the data. While there were many combinations of charts using the data, one I did not see was one of teachers, students, and staff members collectively. This was concerning because I think this is probably one of the most important ones. So I decided to pull the numbers myself, using the presentation materials given at the last board meeting, and I will email you each a copy of the chart to review on your own. I want to assure you, upon my request, these numbers were validated by a math teacher at one of our local high schools, and it's astounding to say that 60.2% of our students, teachers, and staffs collectively voted to stay the same. It's very confusing to me why you included the community's input when you said it had no correlation to the school in terms of COVID-19. I don't understand why you think it's acceptable to use different mitigation guidelines to fit your own personal agendas. In previous meetings, you all love to talk about how we need to be back in person so our mental health improves. But have you actually asked those struggling what would help them? I've seen firsthand how impactful anxiety can be, and I know that changing schedules in some cases makes it tremendously worse, doing more harm than good. Sometimes you have to take a step back to move forward, and I think that's very applicable in this situation. I think minor adjustments to the hybrid schedule to fit the needs of those who are struggling is far more reasonable than changing the entire schedule and putting an immense amount of pressure on the schools to figure out a mess that you've now created. The problem is you don't listen to your students and staff. You do not listen to the very people who are most impacted by your choices. You do not allow the input that you ask for to affect your decision-making progress. If we wouldn't be in this situation right now, and I wouldn't be fighting for you to listen and act on what we want, I am truly sad that I'm here once again advocating for many students who don't want to choose between personal health and safety and their education. I shouldn't feel like what I have to say or what anyone else has to say is irrelevant, but that is how you make me and so many others feel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nancy Gibson, and then Sarah Gagné. Did I say that right?
I am a Spanish teacher at Eastern Montgomery High School. I am an MCEA member and building rep of Eastern Montgomery High School. My name is Nancy Gibson. I live at 742nd Street here in Christiansburg. I polled my students yesterday and again today because dividers were put up on our desks. And out of the 27 students that responded to my questions, 1, are you planning to come to school all day next week? Yes or no? Most of them said yes. Second question, are you aware that your time will be structured and there isn't much free time to socialize with your friends? Some of them were unaware of this, but the majority of them knew that. The third question on my poll was, there are now dividers on the desks. Please let me know what you think of them. I had 18.5% say that, yeah, they're okay. I had 11% say, I don't really like them, but I'll live with them. And I had almost 70.5% say, no, I don't like them. One of them said, I think for the most part they are pointless unless you're sitting hunched over your desk. Most of the time I sit far enough back that the dividers wouldn't do anything even if I was sick. They also echo whenever you talk and are just annoying. Somebody else said, they're trying too hard to change things. Another person said, I truly hate them. I don't have much writing room. These are the words of the future constituents of the school board and the board of supervisors. I have given them a voice because I feel like you are not listening to the faculty and staff of the schools. These are the people that you are supposed to represent and protect. I had somebody ask me today, how many school board members have come into the schools? And I only know of one of you that has come into the schools. I'm hoping that there were more of you that came and visited schools. And then another teacher said to me, did they actually spend a full day in the school and see how hard teachers work and how hard students are trying? I sat behind one of those dividers and I was reminded of a scene from some of the older movies where a person goes into a jail to talk to somebody who is in jail. And I felt like I should reach over and pick up a phone. These are psychologically more damaging than staying at home. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Sarah Gagney, and then Reed Broughton. Either of those? Okay, Brent Jacobs.
Hello, my name is Reed Broughton. I'm from Blacksburg High School. My address is 4515 West Benoit Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I urge the school board not to reopen MCPS schools for the following reasons. First, our own health authorities advise against it. The CDC recommends that school authorities assess the level of community transmission before opening schools. And it defines a moderate to high community risk level of COVID-19 as having 20 per 100,000 cases or more in the past 14 days. It also categorizes schools and communities with more than 200 cases per 100,000 in the past 2 weeks with, quote, the highest risk of transmission. According to the Virginia Department of Health, Montgomery County has already had close to 759 new cases per 100,000 people over the last 14 days. This shows a very high level of community transmission, and reopening is thus contrary to the CDC's guidance. Second, people will die. The health department is still in phase 1B, which means people over age 65 are still being vaccinated. Phase 1B will take time, and we have not even started to vaccinate people under 65. According to the CDC's page on COVID demographics, around 18% of all COVID deaths have been under the age of 65. The sum of that is almost 71,000 deaths across the United States for that demographic. By reopening the school, we are endangering the lives of those in our community under 65, along with many others who have not been vaccinated. In addition, we are not out of the woods yet with COVID. A simple mutation could render our vaccines useless and lead to additional months or even years of suffering. We have to be careful. Infections are rising due to states and counties like ours who are relaxing COVID mitigation efforts. Higher rates of infection not only lead to more deaths, but also a higher chance of vaccine-resistant variants developing. Not only are we risking our lives, but we are risking losing everything we've gained so far. To quote Dr. Rochelle Walensky, Director of the CDC, please hear me carefully. At this level of cases with variants spreading, we stand to completely lose the hard-earned ground we have gained. After weeks of tumbling case numbers, new infections are on the rise again, about 2% more this past week compared to previous weeks, Walensky said Monday. More than 2,400 infections involving variant strains have already been reported according to CDC data. We must not let up on mitigation techniques. Finally, mitigation efforts in our schools are already failing. In February, Blacksburg High School had already had 28 confirmed cases, and this makes sense to me. I've been to the school. Students have been congregating in bathrooms to take off their masks. I've seen desks not being cleaned as students move between them, and I've seen plenty of students taking off their masks partially. I've also seen a lack of social distancing. Effective enforcement of mitigation tactics has just been impractical and inconsistent. Rather than pretending this is not true,
Excuse me,
we
Mr.
need
Broughton,
to choose
your-
the next best thing and
your
keep
time is
students
up.
at home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Brent Jacobs.
I'd like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. This is in reference to the cheerleaders, the band, and also...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just state your name and
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. Brent Jacobs, 2430 Hitching Post Drive.
Thank you.
In reference to his original remarks about the football game, we didn't have the opportunity to go watch our daughter cheer this weekend, and we're being told we won't have that opportunity. And her as a senior, this is the last opportunity we have. And we did rent the broadcast this weekend to watch it, but they don't show the cheerleaders. They just show the football players. And I'm also here on behalf of the band members. We don't have a band student, but they're in the same situation we are. And we don't think it's ethical to push the cheerleaders' families aside and allow others to come to the game that aren't playing, like the JV players, that their parents get tickets and they're allowed to come, but us as cheerleaders and band parents aren't allowed to come. And we just like to come up with a resolution, and I'm sure you guys can figure something out to make this equal for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public address is now closed. The next item on our agenda is consent items. If there is nothing to be pulled from the consent agenda, then we will consider the consent items approved. If there is any discussion regarding is there any discussion regarding the consent agenda? Okay, hearing and seeing none, the consent items are approved. One second. Our next item is payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, our next agenda item we'll enter into our business meeting, and the first item in our business meeting are board member reports. Board members, we have a lengthy agenda tonight. Also, the next presentation about the implementation of Phase 3 Level 3 is the reason why so many people are in attendance tonight. I ask that you keep our reports as short as possible. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
I'd just like to say that I rode by the new building at Christiansburg High School, and it's looking great. I hope that sometime we might be able to visit and go in it. I understand things are tough right now to get into the schools, and it's just one more person there, but it looks really nice, and I'd love for us to have a tour if that's possible sometime.
Are you talking about the
Athletic.
the field
Yeah,
house?
field house.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Yep, absolutely.
Okay, is there anyone else?
I'm going to say that I spent quite a bit of time this week. I'm sure many of us have. I did visit a couple schools for various reasons, and I've spent a lot of time on email, as I'm sure many of you guys have. And I just want to say, in my board reports, that there's a lot of hurt in our community right now over over the decision and the way that it was made last week, and it's something that has really, I think it's affected a lot of people in our community. It's affected me. I think it needs to be said, because I don't want this meeting to go from beginning to end without acknowledging what I think is the most important thing. I've seen kids crying. I've heard about it. I know teachers are going through the same thing, and I know people feel ignored and that they feel silenced, and I look forward to maybe more of a discussion on this at some point, but for now I just wanted to acknowledge that that's what I've been dealing with this week, and the human fallout of that. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm going to follow up, Mr. Trabaka. I too have been doing the same thing, fielding many messages and emails and phone calls. I appreciate all of them. I put out a message yesterday on Facebook that if anybody wanted to share positive or negative, how they felt about what was happening, that they were welcome to do that. And I did have people who gave both positive and negative. I will say more negative than positive, but there were people who felt positive. But I agree with Mr. Jabaka that we're not in a good place right now. Our meeting last week was, I'm not quite sure what the right word for that is. Dysfunctional, yes. I appreciate Ms. Graham's apology. I don't think it was at me, though. I do think that we need to be very careful how we silence people, and not just silencing me, but silencing our students and silencing our staff, and that we need to allow more collaboration from the people who are on the ground. And that is our staff, and that is our students. I understand, I've heard from parents, I understand their concerns, and I get that there is there's a lot of difficulties. But I think we need to really think about how we involve others in our decision-making process. Because it's clear, look at these students tonight. I mean, it's amazing what they've done. And I give them a lot of credit. I hope they continue to do those kinds of things, because that's our future, and that's those voices are the ones that need to be heard. Those are the most important voices. And by the way, many of them, they have the right to vote. They are 18 years old, or will be 18 years old by November, and they'll be voting. We need to start listening. I'll just say one other thing, that I am thankful to MCPS that I was able to get my second vaccination, as horrifying as the day after was. But I will say also that when I was there getting my vaccination, it was quite interesting, because as I was sitting, and I made sure I kind of sat in a corner, and we're going when the other teachers are going, and I had several people come up to me and ask me if I was Sue Cass, and they wanted to thank me for giving them a voice. And these were teachers, not just, these are people I'd never met before. I had teachers from Christiansburg, teachers from Eastmont, who came up to me to say thank you, because it's important to them to have a voice. So I know we're going to talk more about other things, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Dana?
So to kind of follow up with what Sue's saying, I want to point out the positive that I've heard. So even though we have heard negative, I would like to say that I know the board have seen several positive emails. I've seen an overwhelming amount of positivity. 75% of our parents want their kids back in school. I've heard from teachers from Blacksburg, Christiansburg, Eastmont, and Auburn who are ecstatic and want to be back in school. I have heard from students from Blacksburg, Christiansburg, Eastmont, and Reiner that want to be back in school. So just as much as children and teachers and parents and kids don't want to go back or feel like they're not ready to go back or we shouldn't go back, I've heard just as much of the opposite. So we need to keep in mind that there are positive and negative, and this is not a totally one-sided thing. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So, just say, I've heard some of the same things that everyone else has spoken to, but I can say I have never heard an email yell at me, and today I had one that I could feel this teacher screaming at what they were having to go through, the unknown. Same thing coming from our students and from our parents. I thought once the decision was made, things would kind of calm down a little bit, and that lasted for about one day. And then everything started back up again as far as folks being happy that their students were going back to school. But then some of this was, I'm happy the students are going back to school, but I'm not sending my child back to school because I didn't know that this was going to happen, and I didn't know that this is how this was going to be. This was never talked about. You know, these are things that I am hearing, a lot of confusion as to exactly what things are going to look like come Monday. And I'll just say again, I don't understand for 30-some days why we're flipping things all upside down, and then come August, it's going to be totally different again. So this is so difficult for everyone in the community, and I just don't know why it had to happen this way without the input from our teachers, our students, and quite frankly, many of our parents, whether for or against. I don't think that this board gave that opportunity for folks to be heard. And I don't think that the information that was given gave a clear picture as to exactly what things were going to look like, or to the as close as folks can think that they're going to look like. And that's a scary thing for a lot of folks, not knowing what things are going to look like come Monday morning.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll just make one comment. I know we are talking about the stakeholders. I know we are saying teachers. I know we are saying students, but parents are part of the stakeholders too. And I feel like, you know, the parents of students who are in person definitely wanted this change. And not listening students, I hear you. But again, I know it's maybe a close margin. One can mathematically argue. But when we look at the older categories, including students, except Blacksburg, the other three communities, 51.4, 51.8, and 57.8. I know it's small, but they did want the change. And when you look at the students who are in person wanted to go, again, you look at the Auburn, 57.2, Eastmont, 55, Christiansburg, 55, except Blacksburg. They did want the change. So obviously we can look at the graphs and interpret as the way we want. And I think one obvious thing, of course, we can't deny, and in the beginning, I said that I was bothered by from the fact that teachers, obviously teacher statistics is, nobody can argue that it wasn't something they wanted to have the change this time. And the students that are remote, that was obvious too, they wanted to stay remote. But when you mention hybrid as a compromise, not necessarily hybrid is a compromise for everyone. If you're a parent and you can't pick your child in the middle of the day and nobody's at home for you, hybrid is not a compromise. You may go remote with your child, but then you have to take the child to work all day. And I don't know what kind of a remote learning that student may have if you are working and can't pay attention to your student. And that's not a one person in the county. There are many like that we have to also consider. Again, all the stakeholders, unfortunately, not all stakeholders thinking the same, and that's why we had a difficult situation. But I think parents are part of our stakeholders too. And when you look at the parents of students who are in person that want to come to school all day, it is 79% in Eastmont, 76% in Auburn, 74% in Christiansburg, and 68% in Blacksburg. So I think, we really cannot ignore that part of the leg of the table either.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is Phase 3 level fleet implementation. I want to remind the board that our norms state that once we reach a decision as a board, we will support the will of the board in word and deed. We do not have to agree, but we must recognize that the board has made a decision.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Whitaker is here to provide an update on our process moving forward with our switch to Phase 3 Level 3 next week. Also, I'd like to say I applaud the work of all of our staff, including principals, teachers, facilities, and everyone who's making this happen. There's a lot of folks that are really working hard right now to make this transition to Monday. So, Ms. Whitaker.
Thank you. Good evening. How's everybody?
Good.
I'm going to share an update with you today on the implementation phase, kind of where we are and what we've been working on. And so we're going to share this with you in 4 different areas. And so this has been a cumulative effort. Since the time that you all made the decision last week, we began meeting the very next morning with our principals to help provide them to support that they would need to implement Phase 3, Level 3 in their schools. And I've been working across the division to help provide those supports. We've had several meetings, just optional, where the principals can pop in, ask questions, help us know what problems they may be facing so that we can help them troubleshoot through that. So we'll talk through each of these 4 different areas: student placement and accommodations, instructional delivery, mitigation plans, and facilities and maintenance. So for student placement and accommodations, the first thing that we needed to do is to begin to collect the data on how parents were choosing for their children to attend school. And so that opened and closed for all schools by today. Some schools closed sooner, but today was the last day that some were collecting that information. So as of right before this meeting, these numbers were what we had collected from our schools. We have 6,593 students who will be attending in person, 738 students who will be attending remotely, and then we have some students who we are still reaching out to from our schools who perhaps the parent didn't respond in that form yet, and so the schools are contacting them personally so that they can get information about what they have selected for their child. So you can see that as of now, we have 72% of students will be attending in person and 28% of students will be attending remotely. And again, we'll continue to update that as we get the new information. We did want to clarify a question that we had been given, and we met with principals today as well to discuss that with them. We said that changes would be discouraged unless they were COVID related. And so we wanted to discuss with our principals that comfortability with the COVID rates would be a reason. So for example, if a parent had selected for their child to be remote, but then contacted the school in a couple weeks and said, I feel more comfortable, I would prefer for my child to come in person, or conversely, they were in person and had decided for their child to go remote, that is a COVID-related reason. The goal of saying that we want to discourage those switches was that we had very strong feedback that one of the most difficult things that teachers were experiencing was not knowing where their student was going to be from day to day. So say an in-person student would log in remotely and that person wasn't prepared for that. So that we need to pick a model and stay with it, but that your comfortability level with the rates or whatever decision based upon COVID would give parents and guardians an opportunity to switch the modality. We just can't switch day to day and decide each morning whether we're going to come in person or be online. And so that if that was what a parent or guardian wanted to do, they can reach out to their school. It doesn't mean the next morning they can either show up in person. We got to make sure we have a placement for them and get all of that scheduled. But schools will work with the parents and guardians to make those changes as they need to. So that's one thing, that we just wanted to update you on. So in terms of identifying, where our students going to be, our principals are then revising their master schedules so that we are making sure that we have students in the right places. So for example, in elementary, each school was making a decision about how their teachers were going to be instructing. And so if a student had been in maybe a hybrid situation or they had been with a remote teacher and now we didn't need as many remote teachers, that may mean a change to the schedule so that we're getting them into the right classroom. Our special ed department has been working diligently with our building principals and our teachers to work on all of the things that have to go into place to amend IEPs so that we can make sure that we're providing the accommodations and ensuring compliance with law. In terms of instructional delivery, again, those elementary teachers were looking at determining whether they were going to be teaching the remote or in-person models or whether they would continue in those cases where it was happening hybrid. We want to make sure that our schools are continuing to work on ensuring that they have the resources. So this means in some places, and Mr. Krantz will share a little bit more later about the furniture that we have purchased and the things that we have coming or already here in order to meet those needs, to make sure that our technology needs, our supplies for specialty and mitigation also are in place. We've been working to ensure that our staff and our parents know the expectations for screen time and how schools are communicating that information, what those expectations for Wednesday check-in and at-home learning are, intervention and enrichment time, as well as Title I and CTE. Mitigation plans have really been where the majority of the time is happening right now. And so each principal has, for their school, a mitigation plan that they are developing. And we are working to provide them the supports that they need there to make sure that they have the resources that they need. One thing that we did want to share is that based upon feedback that we've received from teachers, parents, and students, there were a lot of questions about whether or not in those situations where we needed to have both a mask and a shield, would double masking be appropriate? Could an individual pick double mask or a mask and a shield? So for example, one of the places that needs to happen is when we were in our secondary schools during transition times. And so we would like for them to be able to have that selection of either 2 masks or a mask and a shield. Teachers may still choose to use a desk divider or face shield in the classroom if that is what they would like to have in their classroom as well when distancing, even when distancing may occur. With regards to those mitigation plans, we're also looking at things like planning for and securing the additional materials. Do teachers know how to order sanitizer? The wipes, are we making sure that all of the resources are there, that they're ready to go, and that individuals know where to get them when they need more so that there's no lag time? Looking through the teaching procedures and processes. What we mean by that is teaching students the behaviors, how the routines and processes will look, so that our principals have been working with their staffs to ensure how we're going to teach children how to do the new things that will be in place. In addition, they're looking at their transition plans, really thorough details for student arrival, student dismissal, and class transition. So that includes things like who are the people on duty, where are they standing, what are their responsibilities, and each of our schools is working on these and feels very confident that, that things are going to transition very smoothly. Lunch plan is a big plan and an area that we know we've gotten a lot of questions on. Each school is developing a lunch plan that is being reviewed and approved by our Director of Safety in compliance with the mitigation plan that we have approved here at the school board. So that includes things like the times of lunch, the locations where students will be eating, the rotations, supervision, processes for meal pickup or delivery, and disposal. As you know, each of our schools has very different needs, and so for each school that looks a little bit different based upon what their building looks like. We've worked on the identification of outdoor tent locations and then identifying which students their parent or guardian has selected for them to eat outside. If there's an empty tent, those of course can be used at teacher discretion. Right now, we have anywhere between 0 students at a school to a maximum of 38 students at a school whose parents have requested for them to have outdoor dining. We'll continue to update those numbers for you as we get more. And then we're working within those plans. Mr. Garrison is making sure specifically that we're ensuring that 6-foot distance is maintained, that the plexi dividers are in place, that students are not eating directly across from each other, that our eating spaces have the air purifiers, there's a process in place for hand washing, and also plan for those who may have food allergies that might be eating in a different place than they were eating before. Mr. Krantz is going to share with you some updates from facilities and maintenance. I would like to say that crew has been working around the clock, nonstop, and I can't even just say the last week or two. For the last year, they've been working nonstop, and I just applaud the work that they are doing as well.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. So let me say a couple things about this whole plan from an operational standpoint. Just for us to secure dividers, to secure masks, to secure any of the PPEs that we've done, in many cases, the lead time is 4 to 6 weeks, if at all. So it's not something that the operations team can just say, tomorrow, implement this. In many cases, the time for us to get the equipment, the materials, and the setup is a lead long time. Since you voted, the team began working 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week, all the way through March 8th to meet the goal. Over the weekend, we had every member of the facilities team, including their administrative team. We had people from school nutrition. We had bus drivers. It truly was a team effort of the operational team to put the things together, and I wanted to say my thanks to them and everything that they did. But it's not something that I wish we could do overnight. I wish that we could wait and set it up, but it's one that we have the lead time and we have to make decisions as we move forward. To date, we've put out over 1,200 air filtration units that are either in the classroom and or going inside the office. Those units turn over the air, which is the most important thing you can do. It's the ventilation. Those units turn over in an 840 square foot area twice in a given hour. The filter system that's on those particular units is better than anything I have at any of the schools, and we have MERV 15. We're above MERV 13. It's a true HEPA filter. We have 55 outdoor tents that will begin arriving tomorrow morning. You'll see those going up and installed. We've ordered over 2,650 desks. Those will be arriving tomorrow, and you'll see those going out. And we have received wipes that will be installed in every single secondary classroom, as well as provided to all elementary classroom teachers, as well as a supply of at least one inventory level behind it. We've updated our hand sanitizer stations for both recess and lunch areas. We have provided to each of the elementary schools the handheld sprayers that they'll use for cleaning of their playground equipment, because that was new in addition to what we've added. And we've ensured that all the custodial equipment is fully operational to what it's supposed to be. We've delivered over 10,000 face shields to our schools. The buses transportation has begun the process of evaluating their needs. We have placed on every bus, remember they have a supply box. That box has disposable masks and it also has a disinfectant and hand wipes in it. We began to place face shields on those buses. All routes have been finalized and they are being published and put online. Drivers are now beginning to work on the assignment of the seats and have begun contacting parents, and I'm glad to say those have gone well to date. We're developing the protocols for the cleaning of the recess equipment, and we're evaluating the hours worked by our custodians to ensure that we're getting the maximum efficiency in return from everything they're doing. And with that, I think I'm out.
I think that's it.
I think I'm it.
Yeah, one thing I want to make note of is that if parents have any questions about anything going on in their building, any specifics that they would like to know, just to contact their principal. But their principals have worked their plans out, and we feel really good about being prepared for Monday. So just make sure that folks contact your schools if you need to know additional information. One more thing that we could mention, Mr. Kranz, is a lot of folks are saying, how are we paying for this? This is coming from our federal ESSER dollars. And you can explain that real quick.
So if you recall, ESSER, we started off with the first set of funds, which was called ESSER 1. That was $1.5 million. We subsequently received the CRF funds from the state. That was $1.7 million. We then also received CRF funds of $500,000 from the county, and then we received the second round of ESSER funds of $6.04 million, and that's called ESSER 2. The ESSER 2 are the funds that are now being used to pay for the things that we're bringing in as we look at the reopening or the change in the instructional phase on March 8th.
Mr. Krantz, what else could that money be used for besides? Is that all that could be used for?
Well, it's being used, like ESSER 2 is being used primarily for 3 buckets. One bucket is for summer school.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be in your learning. It has to be tied to COVID-related items.
That's what I was going to ask. So what are the stipulations of the funding?
Well, I'll give you a good example. So say many districts thought that they could go buy a bus. And in theory, that sounds good, except as the regulations have come out, and they're using a lease bus. During the time that you have the COVID, the lease payment can come out of your ESSER 2 funds. The minute that you're past the COVID event, it has to come out of your general obligation fund. So these funds have to be tied specifically on the learning academic side to things you may do inside your facilities that is COVID specific items.
COVID specific, like mitigation, you mean?
Well, like for example, if I have budgeted, let's say sick leave,
Mm-hmm.
you can't use COVID funds to replenish your sick leave because you had it budgeted. If you give out a payment on COVID, so you're not using your sick leave, it's then a reimbursement. So you can't use the funds to replenish your budget.
Could you use it for ramping up instructional not time, but instructional needs for summer and fall?
Yes, and that's one of the things that Dr. Meyer and the academic side are doing for the upcoming summer school. And the intent is, and that's the first priority of those funds, is to use that over the next 3 years.
All the facilities people that are working, and these 10, 12-hour days, I'm assuming we're paying them overtime and...
To the extent they actually work more than 40 hours. They have to work 40 in order to meet the federal law.
But I imagine if they're working 10 to 12 hours a day, they're working overtime.
Yes,
My understanding is they're working over the weekends too, so that's definitely overtime.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't know if you had another one.
Silent pause there. No, I have a comment, but now's not probably the time for it. I don't know. I don't have a question.
Any other questions from Mr. Krantz or Ms. Whitaker?
Yeah, I've got some questions. Are we keeping track and I'm not necessarily asking for this, but I'm just wondering if we will have these numbers when it's all said and done. Are we just keeping track of how many remote and in-person kids that we have, or are we keeping track of how many who were previously remote came back and how many who were previously in person went remote and that kind of a thing?
Yes, sir. Our schools are, because they know exactly what modality had been decided before. So kind of on an average right now, if you're looking, we have 14 schools who have increased their in-person. So that means people coming from remote to in-person. And then 2 schools who have decreased. So that's from in-person to remote. And then 4 schools that are right about the same number. But yes, we are tracking that, and we'll be able to give you more exact. That's just kind of based on raw numbers for today.
Sure. I guess my more specific question is, you know, you could have a school that has 0 change, right? But you might have had 4 students that went one way and 4
Yes.
students that went the other way, and it looks like there wasn't a change, but there
Right.
was. Are we tracking that as
We
well?
are.
Okay, all
We
right.
are, yeah.
Okay, and then my other question is kind of a general question.
Sure.
So I look at your presentation here, and it's nice, and it seems like everything's going swimmingly.
Sure.
But if I check my email, if I happen to know a teacher or administrator and say, hey, how's it going? Tell me the truth, you know?
Sure.
It's not quite as going as swimmingly, and I think that, you know, things don't go swimmingly if you're having to work 12 hours a day to make it happen, right? So can you talk to some of the difficulties that we're having, especially, I mean, any difficulty that we're having, but especially as it relates to the timeline?
I don't know that I can say to the timeline, because all of our principals had reported to us that they feel great. We've talked to them over and over again. How are you? What supports do you need? Where are you? What can we do? And we have not gotten any reports from any principals at all that they do not feel that they will be able to meet the timeline. Now, in terms of what are the challenges, I think the challenges that they've been working on, one of the biggest is, the lunch area. We've had lots of conversations, where principals are working with Mr. Garrettson on what that looks like. So I think that's been one of the biggest challenges, is ensuring that we have all of those mitigations in place, enough spaces for everybody, and then assigning where those individuals are going to be so that we make sure that we have each of those things that we went through the list. I would say that is one of the largest challenges that they are having right now. And then probably as well, teaching those new behaviors, in terms of what does a transition look like? And so kind of working through what that's going to look like so that students are used to those new expectations.
That's different from what I'm hearing. So it's interesting because the administrators I'm talking to are saying we need more time. I'm hearing that we are being asked, that they're doing what you said. They're not complaining to you, no, because they're doing what they've been asked to do.
Sure.
What they've been told to do. And the timing is something that is causing an immense amount of stress. It's stress on the principals, it's stress on the teachers, on the staff. And I think that by just saying, well, we're just going along swimmingly, things are the opposite of swimmingly.
I can only report
chaotic.
to you what they're telling me, so I can't speak to something different. I can only answer the question.
We're not spending enough time talking to the right people. If that's what you're hearing, you're not spending enough time talking to the right people, or the people don't want to tell you, because everyone I'm talking to is saying, this is crazy. I mean, I've had a teacher break down crying in a classroom who I would never in a million years have thought this person would break down crying in her classroom, because it is too stressful. And you're putting an immense amount, and even students are saying the same thing. It's overwhelming. And I think we are ignoring that. I have a bunch of questions here for you, because I'd like to know, all I hear you saying is we're planning. Aren't we starting on Monday? And it's already Tuesday night? When are we going to finish planning? Because, and then I heard Mr. Krantz say, why don't we don't have the lead time. We don't have the lead time. Why don't we have the lead time? Because for some reason, we were dead set on getting this done by March 8th. And it is too soon, too fast. The schools aren't ready. The principals are feeling overwhelmed. The staff is feeling overwhelmed. The students are feeling overwhelmed. And, why don't we have the lead time? I guess if somebody could explain to me what is happening on March 8th that we have to be in school by March 8th? Why is that like the super duper cutoff date that we have to be in school by?
Let me answer just on the operational side. When I say the lead time means the time it takes for me to place an order and receive the goods.
Right.
Those leads vary and have changed since March 16th when we began this in 2020 to where we are today. It's something that we have to monitor every single day on just when we can get things. For example, when the Texas storm hit, all of a sudden products we had ordered and shipping, the trucks were sitting in Texas with the freezing.
Right.
When New York closed up their state borders and didn't want people crossing over, it impacted all the deliveries to us. Those are the leads that I'm referring to in my world. But that hasn't, I just wanted to clarify.
Right.
And I know that's not how you meant it differently. I'm just saying the clarity for that.
I understand that. I guess what I hear is how overworked everybody is. That's all, your guys are working 12 and 10, 12 gazillion hours, and I bet they are. I don't doubt they are. And I just hear everybody's just so overworked. Why are we overworking everybody?
Well, I think people are working weekends and,
Yeah.
and that kind of a thing. And
Teachers
I don't
now,
know if that's
they
what
have
the board.
furniture coming on the weekend.
I don't know if that was the board's intention in picking the March 8th date. I mean, I acknowledge that it's difficult at this point. Once we made that move last week, it becomes very difficult to go back on anything. But I do think I agree with Sue. I mean, I'm hearing the same things, and it's not just from one or two people. I'm hearing it from multiple sources, and then I see this, and I do think that maybe there's I think something we have to work on, long term in this district is. I don't know what the root of it is. Maybe it's trust issues. Maybe it's leadership style. I don't know. But there needs to be better communication that flows up, right, from the trenches, if you will, from the people that are the closest to the students and to the actual the end product work that we do. But I don't know that I have an answer for this, but one of the things I've been thinking about with all of this is, again, I mean, I thought maybe Sue, you said something about, or Tommy, somebody said something about putting stuff in, over the weekend and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, teachers are going to come in the day that they're going to have a brand new full classroom on a Monday, with. I've already heard from one teacher who's like, they came in and put in all this stuff and it's wrong. And, so I think there's potential for this kind of a thing. And if that information is not filtering up, then we can't really act on it. Because if there's enough of that happening, then whatever advantage we're getting starting March 8th is going to be negated through chaos and other things. And so I don't know.
I just want to remind everybody that a different date was proposed, and the board voted for March 8th. So the administration right now is supporting the decision of the board.
I understand that. And I think the logic is somewhat sound on that. It's if you're going to make a change like this that's disruptive, so you're putting in a bunch of work. And then once you're done putting that work in, every single week of in-person instruction, you're amortizing that week over all of those other weeks. So you get all these other weeks of extra instruction. So if you can maximize that, that's a good thing. But if you're not ready, or if your staff isn't ready, or if there's just chaos and people breaking down crying, you kind of have to go, maybe we're not going to get that benefit that first week. And maybe we should, give a little bit of extra time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
I think I understand that's what was voted. But maybe that was a rash decision that should have been thought through a little bit more as far as how you could make all this happen. We voted for it. You approved a date. And that date, the reason I tried to bring up another date, but no one wanted to listen to it, is because this is why. Because you're trying to do so much so fast. And I understand people want to get their children back into school, but Monday's going to be chaos, and having chaotic Monday. First of all, we never even, when we start school, the beginning of the school year, it's never on a Monday. And we do that purposely because when we bring the kids back in full time, we'd like to have them get used to that. Well, this time we've decided to do it on a Monday, which kind of goes against what we normally do anyway. And so we're not giving people the opportunity to get used to this. It's like, yay, we're open the doors and everybody comes back and it's all going to be just grand. And that's not how it's going to be. But for some reason, we're willing to accept that. We're willing to accept that chaos may ensue, that teachers may be crying, that students may be crying, the parents may be confused. And there's a lot of things that I've heard. I've heard about students who aren't even going. A parent who sent an email to me said that their child told them on the way to school today that he's not that excited about going back full time because he's not even going to be in his classroom. The parent said, why? And she said, because there's not enough. He told her, well, there's not enough room in the classroom for me. So they're putting me in another classroom and I'm going to be virtual. I'm going to be on a computer in a classroom next door. Like, what? How does that work? So he could have stayed home to do virtual. If we don't have enough room in our classrooms, that makes no sense. I have teachers telling me they're going to have 20 people in a classroom. If you have not been I have taught classrooms with 20 students. They are way closer together than 3 feet apart. 20 students in a classroom is relatively full classroom. And I've had several teachers tell me they're going to have 20 kids in a class. I appreciate we wanted to get this done, but and this is what happens, it seems, I've seen a lot since I've been on the school board, that decisions get made at the top, and we want these things to happen, and everybody runs around in circles trying to make that happen for the person who wanted it done. And the next thing you know, everybody's jumping through hoops, and it goes all the way down until where do you get? The staff. And their plate is full, and they can't even carry it anymore. But that's okay.
Does anybody have any other questions on the Phase 3 implementation update that we received?
Yes, I have a couple.
Okay.
So, Ms. Whitaker, you made a comment and I wasn't sure if I heard it right. So when it comes to the mitigation in the classroom, you said the teacher could choose to either have students wear double masks or mask and shields.
So I was referencing, let me go back to that slide for you. That one there, that was in reference to before, if you remember, we had said teachers had a choice that they could, if it made them feel more comfortable, that they wanted desk dividers in their classrooms, that they could have students do that. And so I was just communicating that when we said the double mask in the transitions as in lieu of the face shields, that if a teacher still wanted a specific thing within their classroom to have those barriers, we were still going to allow them that choice. We were speaking mostly about the transition times when we were having students in the hallways and things, so that before it had been the shield and a mask, and that people had asked a lot, can we do 2 masks, because the science behind having that seems very solid, and so that was where that came from. That teachers still do have the option. Say a child wants to double mask in the hallway, but a teacher wants to have the desk barriers in their classroom, they can still have the desk barriers in their classroom if they choose to do that.
Okay, so I'm talking about the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
So in the classroom, because I've heard from several parents who aren't happy about the shields and
Sure.
how they feel
I can't hear you, I'm sorry. They're not happy about them, or they are?
They're not happy
Okay.
about their children having to use the shields.
Mm-hmm.
So if a teacher is more comfortable with shields and face masks, then that's what will happen in the classroom.
Yes.
Okay. But if the parent does not want their child to have to deal with the shields, then the face shields, right? Then how will that be handled?
So that if they wanted them in the transition periods, you mean?
No, in the classroom. I'm
In
only
the
talking
classroom.
about the
So
classroom.
within the classroom, if the teacher wants the shield, then that is, they may have the shield, correct, Dr. Meyer? But the transition is when most were having to, have the shield on because they'll be in the hallways all the time. And since that's not in the teacher choice area, if a student chooses to do the double mask or their parent in lieu of the shield, then they can choose that. But within the classroom, the teacher will have the choice of what that looks like.
Okay, so what my question is again, if a parent does not want the student to wear the shield, but that's what the teacher prefers in their classroom,
yes,
how will that be handled?
We'll need to get the principal involved and have a conversation between the parent and the principal and the teacher to see what we can work out. I mean, we have several students who, for disability reasons even, who do not wear anything. They don't wear a mask or a shield because of sensory types of issues. And so we'll accommodate.
Okay. So that still doesn't answer my question. And I understand the principal and the parent will have a conversation, but at some point, it may be at this level, your level, where there's a decision made. Because if a teacher says, I want to have shields in my classroom with a mask, and you have parents and students who are saying, I don't want to do the shield, how is that going to be handled? I mean, is the child going to be put in another classroom?
No, every situation, I think it's something we can work through. I mean, every situation is different. Everyone's different. We'll work to see if we can find a solution if that were to happen.
Okay, because for me, it sounds like what's going to happen is the teachers aren't really going to have a choice if the parent and the student decide they don't want to wear the shield, for whatever their reason. Quite frankly, I believe that's their choice. But how is that going to maintain the teacher's level of comfort if...
I think there's several things we could do to make, to possibly compromise. This is something we would probably bring up double masking, if that would be better for the, for the teacher and the student. We talk about why is the shield not something that the student wants to wear or the parent doesn't want them to wear. And so I can't give you a concrete answer. I mean, every teacher is going to be different, and every parent's going to be different. And it's grade level differences. I mean, there's so many different things, but I mean, you're giving me a hypothetical that has so many different variables to it. I think that's probably going to happen. You're right, but we will work through it.
Okay, because, for me to say to our teachers, you can choose what is going to happen in your classroom, and then we get to the situation where, well, no, we're going to have to make allowances. And in some cases, yes, we should, where there are issues that the child cannot do that. But we shouldn't put our teachers in a position of thinking, I can do this in my classroom. This is how I want to feel safe in my classroom. And then it doesn't happen that way. Okay? So.
I understand. And we would definitely be inclined to try to support the teacher.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions about the tents. Okay. So the tents are going to be either on the grass or on pavement, right?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
of the anchor, which means when it's wet outside, the ground underneath them eventually is going to get wet. So there's no flooring or anything that's...
We're trying to work with each school to identify, and that's one of our major concerns too, is that if you do have inclement weather, you're going to lose that area. So we're trying to identify sites, working with the schools that will not be impacted by inclement weather as best we can.
Okay. So if the tent is outside and it has to be open to a certain degree for the ventilation, then I don't understand how we're going to keep inclement weather from affecting the tent. unless we put a tent over the tent.
Well, we want to put some of the tents up and start testing them. But it looked like what you do is on the bottom side, just like in the bus, and we can come with a little crack and get that ventilation through. Do something similar, but come from the bottom up. You won't be able to go real high, because the higher you go, the more likely that weather's got a chance to get into the tent area. So, we're looking at something from the bottom up, but it's something we definitely are focused on.
Okay. So with tents, we also have the issue of wind. And as we've had some really, really bad gusts in the last few days, well, here all the time anymore.
Right.
How are we going to make sure that these tents are secure? Because there's lots of instances where tents have collapsed, tents have blown over. Then you have the poles that fall. And
we're working with the tent manufacturers right now to identify that wind load, and then we'll go below that threshold, so that if we see that the winds, just like we forecast the inclement weather, the winter weather, we'll have to lower those tents down so that they don't go blowing all over the place.
Do we have to have permits?
No, ma'am, but we have had to go through the 2 towns in the county. We're still working with the town of Blacksburg on one particular question involving the wind, but the other ones have been comfortable. But there's so many feet I have to be off the buildings. There's so many feet that, for example, if 2 tents are together, they have to have 12 feet between them. You say, why 12 feet? The width of a fire truck. And if we get near like a bus loop or a parent drop-off loop, we're even further we have to be. So we've worked with the counties and the towns, and we have to meet all of those regulations.
So we're going to have, you gave the numbers as to how many so far parents want their children, and it was a very low number.
38 was the highest number, yes.
38 that want or would be okay to have their students in the tents. That doesn't sound like a very high number that's going to really alleviate some of the issues as far as the 6-foot distancing during lunches.
I mean, you're correct. The numbers aren't, if it's only one student in the school, what difference does it make? But it is, it's one step at a time. So, if we can get one child outside, that's one freed up space inside of that dining room or inside that classroom, to keep that social distancing there. But you're correct. The numbers I've heard as we've been out at the schools has been 1s, 2s, 3s. Blacksburg Middle was the highest that I recall in the conversation. CHS, we'll be there tomorrow, but Tony has asked for a large number of tents. He thinks that's going to be very popular and something that his student body wants to do. We're taking it school by school, trying to tailor everything to meet their needs and that best fits their student population.
Okay, so yeah, at the high school level, I'm sure it will be more popular than trying to maintain things at the elementary levels, which again, because I've asked this question before. So if we don't have a certain percentage of our students outside, that means they're going to be inside, and we already know, because we're buying the tents, that we don't have enough space in many of our buildings to keep the students 6 feet apart during lunch.
Is that true?
That may be true in some schools, but I'll use, for example, CES. Working with Melinda and her team, they believe, and from what the examples I've been through with them, they can keep their population inside their building between the dining room space and their classroom space and still maintain the 6-foot social distancing. And we've worked with her on their goals and objectives and ensured that the plans they have met the guidelines that's out there, and it does provide the social distancing for the student. But each school's different. One thing I've learned during this whole process within our school system is that we all don't have the same size desk. We all don't have the same size cafeteria furniture. So it makes it very, very difficult to make, what I'm saying, just kind of a unique state. Each school is unique. And and like I said, in CES, they believe they could meet the guidelines staying inside their building, but we're putting a tent there outside by that pavilion they have. That's there, and it brings out the outdoor. We're trying to do that, for example, like at Price's Fork, Eastmont Elementary, schools that have some outdoor already with picnics and things like that, tie them together and just kind of expand the offering for it. But yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Okay. Custodians, I'm gonna keep this one going.
Can I say Mr. Garrison has, he has the information on the schools and in terms of, he's been working with the lunch folks to know what we can and can't do. If you want him to give you a further
More
explanation.
information's always good.
Ma'am?
I said more information's always good.
Yeah.
I would just add that a couple schools early on, when we first talked about the beginnings and the plan, expressed some concerns about having space inside their school to be able to facilitate everybody at lunch. As they've understood the plan better, worked through their plan better, I haven't had any school come back to me as they've written their meal mitigation plans and said, hey, hold up a minute, we don't have room. Again, even with the low number so far that seem to indicate they intend to eat outside the tents, I haven't had a principal yet say, hey, Jason, we've met that mark where when we use all of our inside spaces, we feel like we're going to be out of room. I haven't had anybody express that to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, custodians and how that is going.
I mean, it's an ongoing. We're working to ensure that we're communicating what we believe is the best way to try to, with the limited hours we have, get everything done that we need to get done. David Hodge is super at that, and making sure we try to communicate with them as best we can, like as we add the playground to it, what is really involved in cleaning that playground. Because there's only so much we can do because it's outside and it's exposed to the weather. So we're working on each of the individual situations as best we can to ease their concern. The same thing as we're putting up dividers. There's concern there. How do we go about cleaning it? And we've expressed to them what's the best way during the day and then what we need to do in the evening time. We've talked to, they've had concerns about what are we going to do in the summer as we start to break down our rooms and do our deep cleaning, stripping and waxing floors and things like that. And we've shown them and talked to them about how best to do that. We've tried, as we're going out to schools, it doesn't work 100% of the time, but communicating with our custodial staff and getting their ideas on what they think will work and doesn't work with some of the ideas that we've heard from principals or we've heard from assistant principals or we've heard from teachers. It's constantly working with them because every school's different. All their needs are different. Their strengths are different. So it's just being outside in the schools and working as best we can with them each and every day. There's just not one size fits all. I wish it was true, but it's just not true.
Okay. So let's see, you said that there would be shields put on the buses.
In case, so if you have two students, one's not a sibling, we would all, if that child came on the bus, didn't have their shield, we would offer that shield to the student. And so we'll have on that bus, we want the supplies that driver could be asked for. So masks, shields, disinfectant wipes, the disinfectant spray, the microfiber rag, and we also are putting on there some of the wipes themselves.
And tell me, that's only on the school bus routes that there's going to be two to a seat.
We're going to put the supplies on all buses.
Right, I meant, but
just because it changes sometimes.
But for the face shields, that's going to be needed on the.
It'll primarily be just on those, but we're going to put 5 on every bus, and then, if I've got 10 kids, we said we'd put 20, just again for spares that are there.
So I asked this question before. So we're going to have kids spread out, which it's for lunch, and they may be in different spaces. Are we sure we have all those spaces covered so things are monitored?
That's a Jason question.
That's a Jason question, ma'am. I can't answer that one.
In everything that's been submitted so far by schools, we essentially asked each school to answer some questions regarding their school lunch plan. Everything we have so far says that they feel they have their areas covered. We've also had some folks out of the Student Services Office, Kate Jackson, Natalie May, who reached out and tried to gather up support from central office folks who could go over and help provide lunch coverage. We've actually even had a couple schools kind of say, hey, we don't need you right away. We don't want to include you in our master plan. We've got it covered. So everything we have so far says that we have all of our occupied spaces adequately supervised.
Okay, thank you. So, IT support, going to be a lot of moving pieces. Do we have enough folks? Did you hear me? I'm sorry. IT, do we have enough folks to spread around to make sure? Here, he's coming.
Yeah.
To make
Wickham,
sure.
he's pulling double duty tonight. Ms. Franklin wants to update on how IT's looking with this transition.
Sorry about that. Our A team is out, so the B team has to be back there. So if there's any video malfunctions, that's on me tonight. So yeah, our IT team is really strong. So we have our ITRTs. We've met with today. Dr. Wickham had meetings and yesterday with the elementary principals, and our ITRTs were present there. We have given out some trainings today. We did 2 on engagement, how to teach remotely, just for some of the elementary folks who have not maybe been doing hybrid as much as the secondary. And so we have some more trainings the rest of the week. So our ITRTs are good. And if we need to pull some of the secondary ITRTs who have been doing hybrid all along, we'll place those in the elementary schools to support those staff as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't forget about our administrative assistants and our folks in the front office who are going to be the front line when those phones start ringing. Do we have things in place to help support if things start to get overloaded?
Yeah, we spoke with each principal and asked what extra supports, let them know that they can bring in additional substitutes for that day. What could we do to send, extra people to the buildings? And so they are planning to use the substitutes. We've been providing them some additional supports through the year, so they feel like they have what they needed. And to follow up on what Mr. Garrettson said as well, we did ask what they needed for lunch, how many people should we send to them, and all of the schools reported back to us that they felt that they did have the coverage that they needed to go ahead and send help, but that they really did not necessarily need us to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I have another question. Actually, Annie, you should have sat down. I think you're the person because Carl's not here, so.
No problem.
It's about schedules.
Okay, I will do my best.
So can you explain to me again how much more instructional time we're gaining by doing this?
I would have to get the last presentation out. I don't have that on the top of my head. I'm sorry.
The only reason I ask is because I'm starting to see schedules are starting to pop out at the schools. And for example, I see like at Blacksburg Middle School, they have this period at the end of the day now on 2 days a week.
Their IE?
Yeah, it's an enrichment period that's like over an hour and a half long. So it's not instructional time. Mm-hmm. It's enrichment. And so that's 3 hours right there a week of non-instructional time, because you cannot call those enrichment periods instructional time. There were study halls or whatever. And so I think that some of those instructional times that we've been provided are misleading. I don't think, and I would really like to get a much clearer picture of how much additional instructional time our students are really getting from all of this. And I think parents deserve to understand that too. I don't think parents realize when their kids go back that they're going to be sitting in Bruin or Titan time for 45 minutes and then another almost 2 hours at the end of the day, a couple days a week. And There's a lot of downtime but it's just been sort of moved around a little bit.
I can check on that specifically for you at that school. The presentation, I do know we had those IE periods scheduled in that showed the parents where those were. That is something that we have had prior to this year as well. I believe there may be something different at BMS with their advisory, but I would have to pull their schedule to answer that
My
correctly for
understanding
you,
is the
but I
same
can do that.
schedule that Christiansburg Middle School is going to be using too, I believe, but it's just, I'm curious as to really how much we're really gaining out of this, but.
Okay, if that's all the questions, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Sorry, Morgan. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we can proceed with the rest of our business meeting. our deputy clerk. May I have a motion to appoint Morgan Woods as deputy clerk for the Montgomery County School Board?
So, second.
Any
We're all so
discussion?
excited.
See, there are some things we can do quickly.
Any discussion?
Welcome, Morgan.
Welcome.
Ms. Drake, will you please call roll?
I would love to. Ms. Bond?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Woo-hoo. And the next item on the agenda is our Christiansburg High School renovation presentation. Yet another thing we're excited about.
Absolutely. They can lighten the mood of the room and the occasion and something exciting to talk about.
It's awesome.
And so, we're continuing to move forward with the CHS renovation project. Representatives from Crabtree are here tonight who will be our architects in this project. So they have some exciting things to share.
And then duplicate slideshow.
So thank you very much. We're very privileged and excited to be a partner with you in this process. My name is Randy Davis. I'm a principal at the firm.
Speak to microphone.
Yes.
Mic a little closer.
Josh Bauer, Principal and Senior Project Manager with the Crabtree Warball.
Hi, I'm Tracy Warball, Principal and Director of Interior Design.
Good evening, John Badia. I'm a managing partner and will be responsible for project oversight.
Great. We thought we would do a brief introduction of the firm, talk a little bit about our understanding of the project, talk a little bit about our process in regards to visioning and stakeholder engagement and how we learn from you what we're going to do, and talk a little bit about the design process and some ideas from a first blush of what we heard and how we incorporated that into some of our design ideas. Crabtree Warball Associates, architectural firm. We have 75 plus employees. We specialize in educational architecture. Throughout the Mid-Atlantic, we have designed over $4 billion of work. On the public school side, we also do private work throughout the country, and we're recognized as a top firm within the core markets of what we do. A specialty is high schools. We do a lot of high school projects, new high schools, but mostly renovation addition projects. And when we looked at the Christiansburg High School, it's going to be a very challenging and complicated renovation and addition. And we've designed many similar projects to that and really took a deeper dive and understand how we would accomplish that. But I think most importantly, the mission statement of the firm is a client-oriented approach. Founding principal Doug Rohrbaugh spent 17 years on school board. We did not start as educational architects. He got frustrated with how school divisions and school systems had to work with our architects. And he said the important thing is we need to listen first and understand how we move forward. So our team is going to talk through that process.
Thank you. So Christiansburg High School, the building was built in 1973. You're a little bit over capacity by about 200 students as it currently stands. There's some challenges. We have some daylighting challenges. Systems are a little bit outdated. So some of the things that we're looking at is increasing capacity of the building, looking at your core spaces, at your classrooms, focusing on creating spaces that we can have modern education in the spaces. Also, so focusing on updating the systems and increasing the capacity up to 1,600 students based on the projections.
So we want to talk a little bit about the visioning process. It's something that is very unique. It's exciting. It's fun. It's part of the planning and design process, and it aligns with our corporate philosophy of listening to our clients. This visioning process would involve listening to key stakeholders, the community. We very much understand this is a community's opportunity to do this project. You get this opportunity once in a very long time. We get that. We understand that. And that's the exciting part about shaping the vision. We do a lot of high school projects, but they're all unique. And what this visioning process does is bring together the stakeholders, members of the community, the board, educators, and everyone to really talk about what are the best things about designing this school for the future and looking forward to how that actually is implemented in the design process. This is an example of our community engagement process where we might use a series of images to strike up conversation about certain attributes or aspects of a building, maybe something that is a deficiency or something that's an opportunity. But we start this process early with all the stakeholders. There's many different tools, whether it's web-based materials, getting kids involved, parents, teachers, board members, and obviously the community to really pull together what are the things that we're trying to achieve in accomplishing this project. As we move through this process, there's many different forms of meetings to exchange the information, to share the ideas, how we're developing the process, how we are bringing ideas to the table, and we're listening and getting reaction and feedback from the community and all the stakeholders, and then getting that input back to you as a board from the design team and every aspect of the architecture and interior design of the entire process. So the planning and design process is complex. It's intriguing, it's exciting, and it has the opportunity to bring all of the issues to the forefront, understand what the challenges are very early in the process, and that's where we start to provide an exchange of ideas of what we're here to do is to provide you with opportunity and options to address each of these issues. We'll talk about prioritizing aspects of the project and listen and have that exchange of ideas as we move through. The facilities needs is fairly straightforward in understanding what is there. Josh mentioned the daylighting issue. There's program issues, circulation, site, the wow factor, all those things go through each one of these steps of the process in a very methodical fashion. We're here hopefully because we're a leader in educational design. We understand the impact of the educational program. As architects, that is the most important aspect for us to understand what is unique to your community and what the goals and the budget are for the project. And then the space needs assessment is, as architects, coming to you with recommendations on how to solve the problems. That will lead and transfer into what those options start to take shape. And if we've all done our work in the visioning process, as we move to the options, we hope that everyone is shaking their heads and saying, yes, we thought that was important, I see it. That was not as important, let's change our direction and focus and move in about that fashion. Ultimately, as we develop these designs and these options, it's a reflection, it's a collaborative process and of everyone's ideas. We are responsible for maintaining your budget, so you will also see us as very much being stewards of saying, we can do that, but we want to recognize those things early in the process and then develop options and alternates to address any of those concerns that you may all have and share with us. The design process itself has many steps. We will be back before you many times as we develop the project in each of these stages that we're showing. We're going to jump into the concept and scoping phase to really talk about our big picture goals, guiding principles, making sure we understand what the goals are now as we go through the process. And then really all these other phases are an assessment of where we are and are we meeting those goals and those objectives. And if we are not, we need to understand why and communicate those back to all of you to get your feedback. Ultimately, our job is to oversee the entire design effort with all the consultants through each of these phases, working with the administrative team, and ultimately get to, as Dr. Myers said, see some dirt moving as quickly as possible. So we'll also be stewards of the schedule, which I think is our last slide that Josh is going to speak to.
So now we get to have the fun part. So we sincerely appreciate this opportunity to help you transform Christiansburg High School. This is such a fantastic building to start with, and so many opportunities to create daylighting and create really great spaces. And Tracy's going to talk a little bit about the interiors, but starting on the outside of the building, looking at how is the building going to be viewed from North Franklin? How's it going to be viewed from Independence? And those are going to be the elevations that we want to put the most heart into and the most exciting wow factor that we possibly can within our budget. So what you can see on the screen is the beginning of our thought process. This is not a design, it's simply a concept. For those who got a chance to look at our booklet for our presentation, this is one of the images that you saw. How can we start to engage the cadet building, and really start to make that part of the campus, and really create a new front entrance to the building that is very visible, something that when you're driving down North Franklin's, boom, there is the entrance of it. It's not hidden kind of in the back corner, and really start to have a lot of fun with that. So this was just some images that, so before we had an opportunity to start a design, what could this possibly look like as we're looking at elevating the roofs, starting to put a lot of daylight into the space. So, make it look like a school, or some of the opportunities, how do we entrance, how does the bus flow, the car drop off, all of those spaces. And I said, really, this is the view that you could possibly see, as we go through the design process when we're looking at, from Independence and from North Franklin. So Tracy's going to talk a little bit about how, as we start to dive into the inside of the building, what are opportunities that we have with the spaces?
Right. It's a holistic approach to the interior design process. We want to understand your vision, starting from the educational interior spaces. What are your goals for the curriculum? How can we plan for flexibility in the future? We want to listen to what your needs are, listen to your teachers, your staff, and establish those. From a finish aspect, we want to look at the interior materials, make sure they're engaging and inviting for your students. And also, early on in the design process, we're seeing such a big change with furniture integration. That has to be thought of immediately in your project, in schematic and design development, because so much today has to do with flexible furniture, collaborative environments as we move out of a pandemic in the future, and what the impact of that space would be. You're seeing classroom spaces that are more flexible. They don't have as much casework and structure built in, so that it allows you to move from that classroom space maybe out into a corridor, into a collaborative space. But we want to listen to what your thoughts are and how we can be supportive of that and really understand your vision and goals for all the interior spaces.
So as we look at the schedule, John was saying earlier about the different phases. So each one of the phases take anywhere from 2 to 4 months of time. So getting started now, we're looking to be designing all through the rest of this year, and putting the project out to bid in early next year. So in the January, February, March timeframe is what our goal is. Really what we want to do is try to maximize 3 summers. So the goal would be the summer of 2022, 2023, and then wrapping up and putting furniture in the summer of 2024. The goal would be to have the project complete in its entirety, with all the phases completed by the end of summer 2024. So that way, when the students come back in August, everything is complete and the building is ready to go. So as we go through this process, a big step of this is to create the phasing plan that tries to minimize the amount of impact on the students by creating the right amount of additions at the right locations. Both John and I both of our spouses are teachers, and we're all in the educational families, so we understand the impact that a building project, especially in addition renovation, can have on the students and on the teachers. So the plan is to wrap this entire project up by the end of summer 2024. So we were asked to keep this under 3 hours. So I think we achieved that. So if anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. That's it.
So, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, looking at the diagram, is that coming from the very front? Would that diagram be, if that were something similar to what we were looking at, in the front of the facade, or is that from the side view that's looking at the road?
Great question. So this view that you're seeing right here, okay, Independence would be off to your left and North Franklin would be to your rear. So if you were standing on North Franklin, this is what you would see. Again, this is just a concept.
Right.
This is what you would see from North Franklin.
So that's the side, basically.
It is your current side.
Correct,
Yes, ma'am.
right,
So
right,
instead, right. So right now, your actual entrance that you
Right.
see
So
have is on the front.
So you're saying something similar to this design over to the left, where that area that comes out would be basically the front, if you were standing looking at the school as it is now.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. So if you
So
can
you're
see,
you're changing the trajectory of where the front is more or less entering.
is one concept. Yes.
Right.
And
I
what this does-
understand.
So really, the idea of this is to try to focus on the 2 visible streets, and that is
Right.
North Franklin and Independence. So if we're going to possibly pull the administration out and kind of make that the beginning, so when you're driving down Independence, it's very evident, very visible on where your front entrance is. It's not kind of tucked in the back. And so this was just an idea that we had.
Right.
We still have to go through a lot of process.
I
but this is our
understand. I
first
just
pass.
was, grabbing some ideas there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question about your, can I call this a Gantt chart on slide 13?
Yes.
So is construction happening in parallel starting in May 2022? Maybe I missed that. I understand all your other design work, but what part of the construction starts, I guess, before the design is completed?
It doesn't. They're actually, it's just we try to fit on one sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry. This
Yes, sir.
is,
So if you look at it,
okay, I got you. I got you.
There's actually kind of two pieces of the puzzle.
Gotcha.
So the idea is that we would wrap up in April of 2022.
April
with the
22, gotcha.
bidding, and the construction. So no, the plan right now is not to start construction prior to the completion of design and bidding the project.
Okay. And then about a little over 2 years worth of construction, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and I said our goal is to try to capture 3 summers. Because this is just a renovation, our goal is to try to capture that way. The majority of the renovation is happening when students are not in the building.
Okay. And is, and I guess it maybe you can't answer this question yet until we're through more of the design phase, but I think our assumption has always been that we're keeping large parts of the building that will be renovated, but then we're also going to be building new parts as well. So I'm assuming we'll be taking advantage of that in the schedule to where, will you be able to build new parts, I guess, while students are in the other part of the building? Is that something that will be possible?
Yes, and so depending on what is actually identified as an addition, so as in similar projects, we've created an example, a classroom wing, it may be a 1 or 2 story classroom wing, and then what we could do is actually move students, once that's constructed, students to move into that, we could renovate portions. So the goal is to try to look at what is the most advantageous, the best adjacencies for each one of the program spaces, and what is going to be the most cost-effective way to either renovate or to do an addition.
Okay.
So, but it's a great question, but it's all part of the design process as we go through the next several months. Those decisions will be made with your administration, and we'll keep you updated on that.
Okay, great, thank you.
So where does the meetings with stakeholders, where does that come in here?
So that would be over the next couple of months. Is really kind of the goal. One of the challenges is try to have meetings with stakeholders prior to the summer, if possible. What we find is that once the summer starts, folks take vacations if that's possible. So we'd be looking at doing stakeholder meetings over the next few months.
Starting when?
I'm sorry?
Starting when?
Starting right now, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm envisioning it is a Zoom era stakeholder meetings we are planning. I mean, the slide with everybody's around the table discussion is so nice, but if it is next few months, I don't think that's going to happen the way that it.
So we have all been adapting like everyone else.
Yeah, that's
There
what I
are
was
some other
wondering.
online tools that we have utilized that have allowed us to meet virtually a small group of presenters, but yet an online interactive, whether you're at home or you're in the audience with your phone or a laptop, that we can present material, present updates, and then also get live interaction feedback from people. So
That's
we have a
great.
few other tools that we can implement to help facilitate that.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Meeting in person is the best, but
I know.
we will get there.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's not in this exact schedule, but I'm assuming when we do the design, green one, schematic design, will that lead to several concepts, if you will? Like you're showing us something here, and I appreciate that it's just an example, right? It's just a concept, right? And it kind of has the big roof, kind of concept, which we've seen in a lot of modern buildings, which looks great, right? But I'm assuming, will the community, I guess, get a couple different, like 2 or 3 different choices? Is that the way you normally work as far as, and here's a building that looks completely different, like with a completely different design concept? Or will it kind of be, here's 3 or 4 different versions, with more moderate changes of the same thing? Do you know what I'm asking?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So there is no kind of standard as far as the different number of options. What starts to happen is that as we get feedback from the community and from staff and from the school board, we'll start to create set floor plan options along with elevations. There may be as few as 2 or 3. There may be as many as 8.
Oh, wow,
It really
okay.
kind of depends on, and there may, once we start to have an option, there may be an option A and B of that same option.
Sure.
So the answer is yes. That we don't really kind of hold it down and say, here's how many we're going to limit it to 2 or
Sure,
3
yeah, yeah.
options. At the same time, we also need to continue to move through the process.
So with that in mind, then because I'm assuming really when you engage, I mean, you'll be engaging, I guess, the community and obviously the staff on a continual basis. But I'm just wondering if there's, obviously at the beginning is kind of a prime time to engage the community to really figure out, what's important, what part of the building do you want to keep, what's important to you, and, which way it faces or something like that. Those are probably community questions we're going to want to answer, right? But then at some point, you guys are going to go off and do a bunch of work, right? and come up with those 2 to 8 different concepts and choices or whatever. At that point, will it come back to the community? Will there be a community meeting or a community, will we throw it up on a website? Is that up to us to throw it up on a website and let people vote and get, input on your concepts then?
Yeah, we've done everything from having SurveyMonkey voting options to based on on the preferred options to everything to having meetings at the high school to be able to present to the community. Again, we don't restrict kind of our process as far as how much involvement we have with the community. And so there has to be a process of continuing to move it forward.
Sure.
And as far as options go, but so we will kind of take the input of what is going to be the best for this community to make sure that we're getting enough input, and also keeping the project moving forward.
Thanks.
Okay, so.
Anybody?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask if anybody had any other questions.
Yeah. So you mentioned the cadet building, which to me is Friends Elementary School, where I started my education in Montgomery County in a segregated building. So for me to think that that building would go away is a game changer.
Absolutely.
We've already had one campus destroyed. We need to keep that building, period.
So a few things that we're super excited about is one is the integration of the cadet building into the campus and also the museum, which is fantastic. We love your museum inside of the building. It's so there's so much opportunity with that to really allow that space to be even more highlighted than it currently is and allow more people to be able to see it. It's really truly an asset. Both those spaces are. So we're very excited to figure out how to make them more part of the campus.
Okay, thank you.
And we are smiling a lot. This is one of the things that you don't get to see, when you have the face mask on, is that we are really smiling because we're really super excited about this project.
Oh, I think we can tell.
I think we are super excited.
I think we can tell. Yes, we're all very excited.
Long due.
Does
so-
anybody else have any more questions for the Crabtree folks?
Thank
All
you.
right, well, thank you. We're so
Very excited.
excited. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming.
Thank you.
See you next time. Good night. Thanks for
And as Ms. Franklin, Ms. Bond always say, it's a long time
Coming.
Overdue.
coming,
my
long
goodness,
overdue.
long
Yep.
overdue.
So,
All right, so the next item on our agenda is the school board funding request for 2021-2022. May I have a motion to approve the school board funding request for 2021-2022 as presented?
So move.
all right, wait a second.
All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Any discussion?
All right, hold on one second.
What?
All right, because we do have 2 options
Yeah.
on there, so it's not,
That's upside
we need
down.
to,
Okay,
could
sorry.
you, right?
Yeah. we
Okay.
have 2
I
options.
think I did it wrong.
Say that again, Ms. Drake?
One moment.
Okay.
I did not do it the way we discussed. I apologize. Do you want to give me a moment and add the second one in so that they have a choice?
The spreadsheet?
Right now, it's just the final version. I'm really sorry.
Okay,
That was an
yeah.
error.
Well, yeah, go ahead and get that in there.
Okay, board members, if I can have just one moment,
Yeah,
I'll get your board docs
and while
updated for
she's-
you.
That will be.
And get slides up on the screen for you as well.
Yeah, that one slot, that'd be great.
I will do
And
it.
while she's doing that, we can go through some things too and tell you what we have. But of course, yeah, tonight we're asking you to approve the funding request to the Board of Supervisors. It's been adjusted since the last time that you viewed it. at your request, we've added VRS for our teacher aides. One thing that needs to be noted that VRS requires a 5% employee contribution. So in adding VRS for aides, that contribution actually from the employee comes out of their paycheck. We don't want our aides to see a decrease in pay because of this added benefit for them. So what we've done is to counter that is to include a 5% pay increase for aides to cover the employee contribution. And that's what happened back in most school divisions in Virginia in 2012 when this started to happen around the state. Pretty much this was something new, and most school divisions, basically the raise covered the contribution is what happened that year. Mr. Krantz will go over that with you and let you know how much that will cost and what that looks like. We'll discuss, once you pass it, we'll discuss the funding request at the March 16th meeting with the Board of Supervisors. And we will ask you obviously to approve this tonight. One thing that's, just to give you some other information, we were on the phone today with the state superintendent. The budget has been passed through the House and the Senate, and what it includes is a 5% pay increase for teachers in the biennium. So what that means is this, we've given a 3% raise in this biennium. And we gave that 3% without the state's help. So that would leave us to have to pay at least 2% more to get the money from the state for our SOQ positions. So we'll actually, what's good about it is we didn't use the state's money in January when we gave the raise, but we'll be getting that money now, since we did give it already with a 2% raise. Now in this proposed budget, there's a 3.5% raise that is in this budget right now. But so anyway, we haven't got the calculation tool yet from the state. That calc tool helps us sort of refine things. Okay. Of course, last night the county manager, he presented his budget, and it was an additional $500,000 for us. And they had I think about $1 million more. 1.2? Okay, that 1.2, he's recommending that they increase our funding by $500,000. Of course, we're up to about $5 million right now, and so that is something that that's a big gap between $5 million and $500,000. So anyway,
I just wanted to make the point for the public that the 5% for teachers biennium still only covers the SOQ positions.
Correct.
And what we try to do as a division is give a raise to all of our employees. So the state really only funds a certain number of teachers for this raise, and the county helps us make up the difference.
right.
The biennium is for which 2
Last year and this
Last year and
coming
this
year.
year.
This coming year.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's a
why we're
total-
able to.
And it's a total of 5% is that proposed or is that has been passed?
It's
approved.
it's on the governor's desk.
Governor
To
says
assign.
Yes,
To
to
sign,
Okay,
yeah.
so, and then last year, we already did 3%, correct?
Correct.
Half the year,
Okay.
right?
In January. Yep.
All right.
The local matches require for that money to be.
Yeah,
given.
it's all, I mean, a local match is it's required local match, and then it only funds the SOQ position. So, a good example is this. How many of our, say, teachers, you gave me that number, Tommy.
It's approximately 60% of the teachers. The other thing that's the difference is that in the rate of pay. They use a statewide average. Their average right now runs at $62,000. Our average runs around $73,000. So you've got all of those factors that come into play that the state's not even close. And the county is required under the local match to do about $29 million. They actually contribute about $63 million a year.
Right. So that is something to understand, that when the state advertises and those folks in Richmond say that, hey, they've given us that 5% raise and the money for that, they haven't given us all the money for the 5% raise. We still have to come up with a large sum of that funding. And so, all right, Mr. Krantz, you want to explain?
So we had presented to y'all previously a budget where We start off with our base of $121 million. We had the salary enhancement of 3.5, which is going to cost $4.01 million. We had the salary enhancement, the FY additional positions unfilled of $700,000 that we used somewhere else. And then we had the breakdown of the 600, 800, and 600. And then, at the request after the meeting, we added back the VRS instructional aid, which is $416,500 is the cost of that particular program. If we were to make it where you cover the 5%, which is a requirement of the state, it takes the total requested expenditures from $126,797,622 to $127,012,622. The difference is the county, we would have asked under the first scenario $4.9 million. In this case, if approved, option one would be $5,119,221. Now, the key thing that I'd like to make clear is under the VRS, as a district, the historical policy has been, and this was long before Dr. Meyer here and then continued under Dr. Meyer, is you have to work more than 30 hours in a week to qualify for VRS. And this would be the last group to get brought into the VRS program.
Some bus drivers, though?
Bus drivers are at 4.25 hours, so they don't work enough.
We do have a couple of full-time, I believe.
We have very few. We have just a very few lighter, like Roanoke routes. We do have a few, yes, sir. And all our mechanics.
Would they be included in this?
They're already in VRS.
Okay. Oh, they're already, okay.
Yes, sir.
Our administrative assistants.
I'd have to check on that group.
Administrative assistants, aren't they, they're already in VRS, correct?
I believe, but I'd have to check and
I
confirm.
think we included
Yeah.
one last time around.
No,
right?
that was the nurses.
Administrative assistants are in, clerical aides are not. They don't meet that threshold that Tommy was referring to.
They don't meet the 30 hours?
Yeah,
Right,
correct.
okay.
So if we have employees that are working less than 30 hours in one position, but then have another position with us that would meet the 30 hours or more?
They should. Now, I'm not aware of somebody who's got two contracts. I'm aware of people that on occasion will work in another job outside, but it's not something they do on a regular basis. But yes, ma'am, theoretically, if they worked two jobs, and those two jobs on a weekly basis was more than 30 hours in a week, they would qualify for VRS.
Thank you.
So what's the choice here, Mr. Krantz?
So our choice is we can do the 4.9 million, which is the 416,500, the cost of the VRS for the instructional aides without an adjustment for the 5% that would come out of their paycheck. Or we can do the 5% pay increase and the total request from the county would go from 4.904 million to $5.119 million.
Well, if we won't do the pay increase, then pretty much what they get increase will go to the VRS pay cut as a.
Say that again?
If we don't increase to counteract, so what they get from us as an increase, pay increase, will go to their VRS cut that they have to contribute.
Correct.
So they
Correct.
won't really take home much.
But now the VRS is taken out on a pre-tax basis.
Yeah,
So you do reduce your taxable
Okay.
income amount.
that's right.
So your taxes will go down, but your net cash
Right.
Yeah.
slightly down.
Won't be.
Well, and I think too that, the aides have been asking for the VRS, right? So I feel like if we're giving them what they're asking for, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that is a good thing. I don't know.
And I understand the
Just
concern.
that some of them make so little that we want to make sure that we don't, that 5%'s a big amount when you look at it at that pay level.
Or when they, ask the VRS, do they realize that they have to put money?
But that money you're putting in is for yourself, right? So it's not money that's being, it might be money that's being, like, you know, my employer takes money out of my paycheck and puts it into my 401k account, but it's still my 401k. Nobody's taking that money away from me. Now, but I understand what you're saying is that, you know, I know that there could be a concern that for some people, maybe they would see a very slight decrease, but I mean, I think on a year like this, if we can even do VRS would be, to me, that's a priority. And so I don't, you know.
I mean, in the long run, it's a great thing for them.
Well, I think there's, you know, behavioral scientists, I'm sure, that could talk about how it's important that people, you know, that you're putting in that 5% and that you're actually doing it and you're actually seeing where it's going. And, you know, a lot of people may opt to increase that too, so.
VRS isn't it's optional, isn't it? VRS?
No.
No, it's not. So it's
Not in
required.
this state.
So they'd have to. Okay.
I didn't hear what.
She said it wasn't optional.
Okay, so to Marty's point, these are not some of the highest paying folks in our district. So if you're taking 5% of their pay, basically, yeah, it's a long-term benefit, but folks have to be vested for 5 years to even get there. So this is what we did when, let me try to be nice here. The governor at the time was really screwing around with money in education, and we helped out our employees by giving them a raise to help cover that 5% that they were going to be losing.
Right. Okay, so we have two options.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll make a motion for option, is it one?
Option one.
We were sideways.
Mine's are sideways, so I can't see the whole thing.
And
So
option
one.
Could we clarify what option one is for everybody?
Option
'Cause-
one is we would request from the Board of Supervisors $5,119,221 to balance the budget.
And that would add the 5% for the aides.
That adds the VRS instructional
And
aides
add
plus
them-
the 5% for those particular aides. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And you know, in the end, we got a lot of work to do because we're way apart. They're 500,000 and we're at 5 million. So, but once they finalize their budget and finalize what they're going to give us, then we'll come back with some other recommendations to how we can make things work.
Okay. So do I have a second to Penny's motion?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion on this?
Yeah, I had a couple items I wanted to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor things. I know it's a lot on the agenda, but this came up, the salary enhancement thing came up about a month ago, and we had a spirited discussion about it. And I guess in the last discussion that we had about this, and I guess I don't feel too much shame admitting things that I learned that are new for me, even though I've been on the board for, 4 or 5 years now, 5 years, I guess. But I guess I guess I hadn't realized that a lot of times when we're doing these salary enhancements, they're including the step enhancement in that as well. We say, we're going to give teachers a 5% raise, but what we're really doing is we're giving them and I'm speaking in averages here, we're giving them we're giving them a 3.5% raise and a 1.5% step. Often, something like, in that example. So I got to thinking about it, and I was wondering, Tommy, if you could maybe explain this to us on, I know that we don't live in a perfect world, but if I had a school system that had a pay scale with 30 steps, and I had 30 teachers in my school system, and every year, and it was distributed perfectly, and every year one teacher retired, and we hired a new teacher at step one, right? In a perfect world scenario like that, we would be able to give teachers their step increase every single year without counting on a single penny from a single additional penny from outside sources, assuming that our revenue at least stayed flat, if not increased. Is that correct?
No, it's not, because
Okay.
where the difference will occur is, if I start off on step 30,
Okay.
and then I retire, now I come up to step 0, hire a new teacher, whatever the position is, and you're saying, wait, there's a $20,000, I'm just picking a number, $20,000 difference. So I can take that $20,000 and apply that to a raise. Okay? Now, well, isn't that what you just said?
I wouldn't describe it that way. I'd say I have 30 positions on my scale, right? When one teacher retires and we hire a new one, everybody moves up one. So we're still paying one teacher at step 1, one teacher at step 2, one teacher at step 3, all the way up to one teacher at step 30.
Right.
Right? So our salary costs anyway should not go up in a scenario like that.
Assuming you never changed your salary. So you have the
Correct.
state who gives you the issue here, and you're bumping up the salary. Because the state says, you know, I'm going to give you money if you give a 2% raise, or in this case, a 5% raise. But if you don't give the 5% raise, we won't give you a penny. Because that's what the state does.
So the step function or the step increase can count as part of that.
And that's
Okay.
throughout
Right.
everywhere I've been.
Okay.
It sounds great in theory,
Okay.
but, you know, in actuality, you have to have the dollars to pay for it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can have some offline conversations about that.
I knew we would on the budget.
I'm just going to tell the board that for me personally, I'm going to vote no on the budget because I don't on the on the salary enhancement. I do believe that we should be doing the step function or the step. Sorry, I'm a math guy. I do believe we should be doing the step raise every year. I don't think for a variety of reasons that this is the year that we should be asking again for another increase to the scale. And I think in light of everything that's going on right now too, and the reality of, you know, of the situation with the county money, you know, I don't, to me, I feel like it would be, you know, kicking teachers in the teeth on what we just went through and then basically saying, you know, here's a token thing we're doing that, you know, we're not expecting to really have happen anyway. So I also have been advocating for a long time on some of the GRT positions that have been requested for, you know, over a decade now, and I'd really like to see that in the budget next time. I think the additional positions is something that we could probably more effectively do this year with the kind of money that we're looking at. So that's my reasoning.
Okay, does anyone else have any other discussion points on this? All right, I think, Ms. Drake, maybe we should go ahead and have a roll call on this so we have it.
Of course, for budget, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Budget and policy. And when I can't hear. And just to reaffirm, the motion, Ms. Franklin, was to approve the school board funding request for 21-22, requesting $5.1 million from the Board of Supervisors. That is the one that shows, that's on the screen right now. Okay, perfect, thank you. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trabaka?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the school nutrition funding request. The school nutrition program is self-sustaining. We must still submit the budget for the new school nutrition meeting to the Board of Supervisors so the revenue and expenditures can be accounted for. The school nutrition funding request for 21-22 is presented for your approval tonight.
May I have a motion to approve the school nutrition funding request for 2021-2022 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Drake, can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next is a request for categorical reappropriation. All funds approved for the COVID stipend supplemental in November by the Board of Supervisors were posted to the instructional category. The actual categories are known based on actual expenditures. This request is for a categorical change of $635,809 from the instruction to administration, health, and attendance, transportation, operations, and maintenance, and non-instructional.
Cool. May I have a motion to authorize a request to the Board of Supervisors for a categorical appropriation reclassification to the fiscal year 2020-2021 school operating budget in the total amount of $635,809?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Ms. Drake, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krantz. Next, we have a presentation on the expansion of our virtual school program. Mr. Husband and Ms. Larimer are here to present. Mr. Husband is head of our CTE and virtual school programs, and Ms. Larimer is our supervisor ITRTs for the virtual program. Did I get that title right? All right, thank you.
And we are going to be talking extensively about elementary expansion, so we have been, in putting this together, relying on Dr. Wickham's expertise, and she'll be joining us as well. So first thing I'd like to do is do a little bit of review from where we were a year ago, and then talk a little bit about expansion and how we believe we can build on our secondary virtual school program. So if you'll recall, last summer, the board updated a policy that allows for 100% virtual education. At the time, this was the only guaranteed virtual option for the 2021 school year. Maybe naively, but we were all still hoping that the pandemic maybe would go away by Christmas. Obviously, that didn't happen. And some of the student enrollment figures have reflected decisions that the board made when students were guaranteed remote for the entire school year. And that was a big inflection point for students at the semester mark, when they knew that they could be remote if that's what they chose. Primarily this current year, and this is going to be a change, students have been taught by Virtual Virginia, which is a statewide course that's taught by licensed Virginia teachers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they live in Virginia, supplemented by MCPS teachers. During the current school year, students have been roughly evenly divided by SMS, Charlottesville Middle School and Eastmont High School. Virtual Virginia, as it turned out, for the current year, was actually free to MCPS. The state spent COVID relief funding on additional seats. Every time they got close, they put out an announcement and said, we have a few thousand more classes. So that was really nice for this current school year. And then MCPS teachers taught a number of courses, primarily electives, some that are specific to MCPS, including career investigations, digital technology foundations, make it your business, creative writing, world language exploratory, English 7 honors, and Art 1. All the students in the VSP. Most of those classes were taught by teachers that volunteered and received a stipend, and really went above and beyond within the program. And so some lessons that we've learned since the last 9 months. MCPS teachers are the best. So that's of course easy to say, but it's true. MCPS teachers have done a much better job this school year at creating relationships with students, checking in on students, adjusting instruction to meet student needs. Virtual Virginia has without a doubt met a need of our school system and of our students. However, they had to scale up very, very quickly, hired a lot of teachers that were new to virtual instruction, and oftentimes had very large classes, and did have some difficulty managing that. We also learned that synchronous learning is beneficial for everyone. We understand that families have schedules that can be difficult, but really when it comes down to it, even a quick check-in on a regular basis, Zoom to Zoom, is really beneficial for everyone. During the setup process, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, we did pilot some programs that just kind of popped up through a problem-solving process of, hey, we've got a number of students at Eastmont. They really want to take an intro to marketing class. And we have a class at Blacksburg High School. It's a little bit lower on numbers for some reason. And so we were actually able to have one teacher, Jessica Catley, that taught students at both schools. We also had a teacher, Slyn McMinn, who teaches cybersecurity at CHS, and she taught a class to students across 3 different schools. So there are opportunities coming up to scale those and to take advantage of that. And then I do have a note here that I would like to point out that these models improve equitable access to curriculum, and we believe these models are highly scalable and look forward to expanding on them in the future. Now I'm going to pass it off to Dr. Wickham to talk a little bit about the elementary expansion.
Good evening. So with the elementary virtual school program, remote teachers may be located in different schools across the division. Students would be transferred to the school where their teacher is located. They'd be served by their teacher's school, the teacher's school where that virtual teacher is located, the specialty teachers in that school, the resource teachers in the school, and the principal in the school. Virtual students then would attend specials with those specialty teachers, and I want to emphasize that. They would have limited screen time. We're going to take a look at that on the next slide when that comes up. But the idea here is that by having the children in the school and being supported by their principal, IEP teams, their SPED teams, and so forth, the reading specialist, all the extra supports that our students would need, then the principals could wrap those services around our virtual students just like our in-person students. Classroom teachers will have the opportunity to apply to be a virtual teacher, and this would eliminate concurrent hybrid teaching in Montgomery County Public Schools. So in other words, there's no in-person and virtual students in the same class at the same time. Okay, so next here, I have an elementary virtual schedule. This is just a sample, could change school to school, lesson to lesson. But really the purpose of this is to point out the extra times when children could actually step away from Google Meet. In this kind of daily schedule, full day schedule for our virtual students, there are multiple opportunities outside of lunch and recess where children would not have to be in Google Meet with their teacher. So for example, typically in elementary schools, teachers use a combination of whole group and small group instruction. And then when children are not working in whole group or small group with their teacher, the rest of the time is spent in independent work. So again, as you go throughout this schedule, if you take a look at math, for example, typically math is about an hour. Children would spend 15 minutes in whole group with the teacher, 15 minutes in small group, and then the rest of that time could be for independent work where they could step away. Another example here would be IE time. So if you take a look at that, this sample shows 30 minutes. So the teacher might pull a couple of small groups of students, reteach some deficit skills, provide some intervention, whereas the rest of the class might not be with the teacher at that time because they're completing projects. So again, this adds up to about 3 hours, approximately 3 hours of time where the students wouldn't necessarily be in Google Meet with the teacher.
I included the policy change that is an additional agenda item later on, just to make sure that we had everything in the same spot. I don't necessarily want to read that to everybody, but I did want to pause to see if there were any specific questions that we might answer now or give time on the next agenda item.
I have a question.
Sure.
I think it's more about this, or maybe it's just an overall comment. So when we talked about this program back last year, it was before we really had a good sense of, or the whole idea of having our own virtual school. It was before COVID, and then COVID hit, and we've, and so now where we are is that when fall comes, we're going to probably have a much larger number of people who want to do virtual school, which it's great that we have a much better program. But I've received some concerns because one of the things we had determined is that, well, we would house everybody at Eastmont and Shawsville. Mm-hmm. But now that we have a much larger number of people who want to participate in this, and because in the fall, parents are still concerned, where will we be with COVID? And so they're going to choose to do the virtual schooling, and they won't have it looks like we won't have a remote choice when the fall comes. We'll probably be full-time, hopefully, cross our fingers. I guess, and I don't know, this is maybe this is more of a Dr. Meyer question, but I've had people concerned about their students not being associated with their home school.
Sure.
That if I'm a Christiansburg parent and my kids they would normally go to Christiansburg, but now they have to go to Eastmont, and then what if I change back? And I'm just wondering, Dr. Meyer, if we might maybe rethink that, since times have changed a lot.
Right.
Here.
Yeah, sure.
Or at least for maybe purposes, I think the concern is more, we really have to do something.
Yeah, no. Yeah, let me speak to that for a second. We created this program based on where the most available resources are. And, if you look at resources, say, if you compare Eastmont to Blacksburg High School, we spend approximately $10,000 per student at Eastmont compared to about $5,000 per student at Blacksburg. And the resources, what we found is the resources at Eastmont are there with low class sizes. More teachers are available to actually take on the students in this program. Now, I mean, if for next year, if a student, and plus we've created wraparound services there for this program. We have the guidance counselor who is there for that. Katie is there for that. And so, it sort of has to be funneled through that, because it will create hardships at other schools.
I think they're talking more about things like athletics and extracurricular participation. So using your example, if I'm a Blacksburg parent and my house is, in my backyard is Blacksburg High School, and now my kid is playing football for Eastmont because we chose to do this because of, we're just still concerns about COVID. I think that's where the questions are coming from.
So I did have a slide on student perspective, and if you don't mind, I'd like to run through these 4 bullet points, and then I've got some additional notes. That's okay.
I'm ahead.
That's okay. I opened it up for questions. So in terms of a student perspective, we have had the discussions, and the expectation is that in 21-22, students will not have the option to attend remotely at the school of their residential attendance zone. And that's for a number of reasons. The largest is our ability to organize, and what we had on our previous slide, and I have it on another slide, we have heard from teachers that hybrid learning is not best practice. And so at some of these schools where we have classes that are already stretched to the brim, we already have teachers that are teaching 100 plus, 120 plus students, if they're not doing hybrid, adding a virtual only course is very, very difficult in terms of staffing. So one of the reasons SMS and EMHS were identified is that they have the capacity to arrange their schedules without adding additional staffing in terms of their curriculum, especially when we look at that core content area. So the second bullet point, students will be required to enroll regardless of residential attendance zone. We've spoken about that. Students participating in athletics, clubs, dances, graduations, et cetera, will participate in Shawsville and Eastmont. And that, just like the academic programs, does come down to capacity.
Really? Well, I mean, what will be the capacity difference? If I sent my child, instead of Blacksburg, I sent them to virtual, if they went to Blacksburg, they'd be participating. It's not like we're overloading the Blacksburg programs. I live in Blacksburg. I pay taxes to Blacksburg, the town of Blacksburg. I want my child to play football in the stadium that's right behind my house.
So
I don't want them going 20, 30 minutes across town, having to drive there to go to practices. And I think that when we thought about this in the past, we were talking small numbers. We never thought this was, who knew that this was going to really explode like it has. And I think now that we've got more participation, I think that's a really serious consideration.
So one thing that I would add on is that the virtual option does have benefits to students across all 4 strands, but also the way that this was designed, there are significant benefits for students who are currently at Shawsville Middle School and currently at Eastmont High School. Those students historically have not had the same curriculum options. And so by adding additional students to those schools, we can offer additional curriculum options. It benefits the in-person students because we can expand the courses that are available. In terms of those schools, one of the challenges that the principals have is itinerant teachers. We have teachers there that are frequently half or a third of a day at those schools. And so if we expand that and we can have those teachers teaching virtual courses, now they stay at Shawsville more. They stay at Eastmont more. They're more of a part of that community, and that's beneficial for school culture as well. And then the other piece for students. We offer more courses, and that means students have to travel less frequently. Students this year were able to take cybersecurity and marketing, and they didn't have to travel. You know, hopefully in the future they can take 2 and 3 cybersecurity courses and computer science and health classes that our teachers are there because the teachers are maybe offering 1 or 2 virtual courses, but then the students that are in person also benefit.
I don't think you're understanding what my concern. I'm not saying they shouldn't be housed from an academic perspective at SMS and EMHS.
So
I'm just saying from a social from the perspective of bullet point 3, that I would like us to consider allowing them to participate in their local schools programs. Those are the children that they grew up with. They're the children that are their neighbors. It also doesn't mean now if they have to if they're going to participate in any extracurriculars, they have to drive. If you're in Blacksburg, you have to drive all the way out to Shawsville. You're talking, that's a pretty long drive for high school students.
Sure.
To be making on a regular, every single day, to make athletic practices, or even the arts. I mean, even in band or choir. So now I have to be in the EMHS marching band. I just think it's something we should really be considering. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that, but I've had several parents ask me about that question.
Sure.
I'd back that up too. And I also think that we're, maybe the answers change from next year to subsequent years, right? Because I think, one of the things, I understand where you're coming from, and I read through this presentation before, and I agree. I mean, I think, that came out loud and clear. Your point about hybrid came out loud and clear pretty early on and everything in the fall. But, like you also said, every time we've tried to predict what was happening this year, or with this pandemic, I should say, we have tended to miss a lot, and sometimes pretty badly. And so, yes, if I look into my crystal ball, yeah, I see case numbers way down and vaccinations working and everything's wonderful and we're all back to school, in August in a truly normal schedule with, perhaps with masking or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's also just a guess, right? And I think it's, I think we absolutely should be approving this tonight, but I think answering the question of, will we offer this or, a remote option or a hybrid option or whatever, in the fall, and what that would look like.
Yeah.
I think I and many people in the community probably look at that as going I think it's premature to say what's really going to happen. So,
yeah, I agree totally. This is a plan based on March 2nd, and if there's anything that we've learned that 2 months can look like an eternity when you look back on it, to be sure. So you're right, man.
But all we're doing is we're expanding virtual, and I guess from my point of view, I would just like to say, and I don't know if the administration agrees with this, that yes, the plan is hopefully this thing drops off tremendously, and I don't want to say goes away because I don't think we expect it to completely go away by August, but this is kind of the way we think things are going, so that's the way we're making the decision for the virtual program now. That doesn't mean that the conditions on the ground may not change our minds for something in the future, I hope.
Yeah,
I don't want anybody to look back to this and go, oh, on this date, we said that we weren't ever going to do hybrid again, right?
And we've been lucky with the virtual school program and really all of MCPS that, we've been committed to flexibility. And there's another topic that comes up that we'll talk about, additional flexibility, that we plan to make sure that we're prepared and we offer the best product, but, we also have to be prepared to change. I've had many conversations with our leadership about the best teachers, especially in CTE, are frequently the ones that plan down to the minute of their lesson and are also able to throw it out the window when something crazy happens.
So let me ask a question real quick here, just because I hear what you're saying, and something you just said, Mr. Baca, in terms of if I heard you right, maybe considering it sort of a 1 year exception to this, and then once we get out of the pandemic, come back to what we had planned it to be, that basically you have to be at an Eastmont school if you want to be in a virtual program. But for this 1 year, sort of create this, okay, this is an exception because we're obviously going to have more kids in this program. It's going to be more expansive than, because if kids are interested in doing extracurricular types of activities, then it's most likely they're going to come back to school when they feel safe. Okay, I'd assume most. But if kids stay in the program and we're past the pandemic, then I think we really would need to sort of nail it down to Shawsville and Eastmont. Does that make sense?
I don't disagree with that. I think that right now, though, because you see the sign-up deadline is April 23rd. Well,
Let's talk about that too. He's going to talk about that.
We're not going to know by then
Yes, ma'am.
whether where we are with the pandemic at that point. So parents are going to have to make a decision. Am I ready to send my kid back full-time or not? And I think that this is,
All right, let us talk about that because
Well,
I know that's a problem.
Can I
Okay?
say one thing?
Yeah.
About this hybrid we've been mentioning, but there is this Senate Bill 1303 about to be signed by the governor. If governor signs, there's no hybrid starting July 1st till August 2022.
Okay,
So there won't
but-
be any hybrid option whatsoever. I just want to put it out there.
Yeah, okay, no, that's actually good.
Confirming what they're saying.
Yeah,
back
and that's
there on
good,
the
and that's good to know, and I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
actually having that information. Seems.
I would be in agreement with that for 1 year, as long as we understood that once we're out of this, that's the way the program becomes.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the way I'm headed with it, and
I understand, yeah.
Because we know they're doing it because of the pandemic.
Correct.
Or
Sure.
not all of them are doing it because of the pandemic. There are some who are not.
Right. Especially not at the secondary level. I think we're seeing more of
Right.
those doing it because they know it's
Right.
beneficial. A bigger majority.
So I'm fine with that. If we just can all agree that, hey, this is a 1 year deal, once we're out of this thing, that we got to go back to our attention of what we were doing. I think that's fine. Want to make sure you know too, because I don't know if you caught this in Dr. Wickham's piece. Elementary is a little different. Okay, you're going to be assigned to the school where your teacher is located. All right. So we're going to have remote teachers based on available teachers around the division. So if you choose a remote option in the fall, then you're going to be assigned to the school where your teacher is located. So if you're a student at Margaret Beeks and your teacher's located at Falling Branch, you're going to be considered a Falling Branch student. And the reason that is because that teacher's schedule is built into all the specials, the music, and so they'll get the special teachers from that school. We really don't have any way around that. But when it comes to the extracurricular activities for this year, I would be in full agreement to allow it to, for this year. And, if we're talking about having to do this again another year because of the pandemic, then that would be very depressing.
let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, we'll make that decision.
But anyway, I think that's fair, and I think that's a fair request, Sue, and I'm fine with that. And I think we make that change for next year because I don't have a good reason not to at this point. One thing we have to, there's some logistics there too. They would still be taking a lot of their courses at Eastmont due to the teachers and stuff. We would have to look in Virginia High School League how that looks because there's some eligibility issues there according to
playing
the high
sports.
school that you are enrolled in. So we would have to figure out how to keep someone enrolled in Blacksburg High School. And
I don't mean just Blacksburg, obviously. I mean Christiansburg. Where?
I know that. Yeah. And so I'm in full agreement with that. If everyone else is, this 1 year we allow this to happen.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I raised this in the beginning, that it was an equity
Yeah.
piece.
Ma'am?
We needed activity buses. Okay. So I raised this in the very beginning.
Right.
That there was an equity piece as far as the extracurricular activities and transportation and activity buses is what would help resolve that issue and continue once we came out of this to support all of our students.
Yep, that's in the strategic plan, and that's something that we're going to be bringing to you in a few weeks, and
I
I think
remember
that's
that.
already higher on our list to look at that. So, yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Okay,
good.
so-
The second piece of our student perspective, I'm sorry, Marty, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I do want to echo what Dr. Wickham said. Limited screen time is important at the secondary level as well. We've all been on Zooms that have lasted forever, and obviously doing that for one day, let alone every day all week, can definitely wear on you. Synchronous sessions have been organized, and I've got a schedule I'll show you here in just a second, at all the schools. So we are actually able to line up school schedules across all 4 strands so that the virtual school does not have any impact on the bell schedule for the 4 schools or the 4 strands. 30-minute sessions at middle school, 7 sessions per day. 45-minute sessions at high school, 4 sessions per day. And of course, there would be additional work outside of those class meetings. And so one question that I've had about that is, pre-pandemic, of course, high school classes were 90 minutes and middle school classes were longer. But if we dive into what those classes actually looked like, there was not 90 minutes of direct instruction within a high school classroom. So frequently, the teacher may instruct for 20 or 30 minutes, then there's some group work, there's some practice at their desk, then maybe they come back and review at the end of class. In this case, we'll group it all together synchronously, and then the students can do the rest on their own.
And can I say what I'm excited about this? This is absolutely amazing because, we have 4 high schools that are pretty much on different schedules, and that's always sort of been an issue, especially with itinerant teachers. Students want to take classes at other schools. Now, any student from any school can take a class within their own schedule that is remote. So this isn't just for the virtual kids. Kids that want to take one class in our remote system, if there's a remote class and there's room in that class, they can take that class. It's not just the virtual kids. And they could, so pretty much what we've done is we've equalized it across the division where pretty much there's no more or very little. I go to Eastmont, I don't get the same opportunity as the student does in Christiansburg or others. It is going to be a situation where it's going to really help Eastmont and Auburn, the small schools who don't have as many course offerings. But then, there's still some course offerings at Eastmont and Auburn that Blacksburg and Christiansburg don't have. So it's really going to create opportunity, not just for our virtual students, but kids who want to go to their school, but maybe they want a certain class, but it doesn't happen at their school. We could probably fit it in, and it's not going to matter the school schedule. So, and you can see how it's sort of funky, though, if you look how it looks.
It is a little funky.
But but they were the common time periods for all schools to create 4 periods. So I'm excited about this.
Me too. This is one of the things that this overcomes when we look at scheduling. Teacher licensure is frequently one of those things that we can only have a teacher in so many places at one time, but we can have a teacher that is based at Christiansburg High School. And really the only limiting factor at this point is if it's something that absolutely requires hands-on instruction that is expensive or just really, really difficult to put in multiple places. From my perspective,
Like
that's
CTE.
auto tech. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be hard for us to have like 4 auto tech shops. But
Right.
if we've got a teacher that's teaching a DE psych class, a DE government, a DE social studies course, anything in there, AP courses, we've now worked it out so that a teacher can be at Blacksburg physically all day, and instead of their second block being students in their classroom, their second block are students across Google Meet from 4 different high schools.
That's
So
awesome.
this is
So
the graphic that mentions that all 4 periods fall within the regular bell schedule of all 4 high schools. For example, you look at first period, because of the way Auburn and Christiansburg have 45-minute skinnies at the beginning of the day, that 8:05 to 8:50 mirrors exactly their physical bell schedule during the day. But students at Blacksburg and at Eastmont, their class would end at 8:50, and they wouldn't have a bell for another 35, 40 minutes. So it is a little wonky. We built in third period with power hour at Eastmont, and a couple other things. And then fourth period is also that skinny piece at Auburn and Christiansburg. So I do apologize for jumping around a little bit. When Dr. Meyer gets excited, I do like to roll with it. It's exciting. So
It's good to be excited about something.
It is.
That's for sure.
the teacher perspective piece, I do want to point on that because obviously our teachers have been through a lot. This is definitely an alternative to traveling between schools. I don't think I've ever hired or worked with a teacher that said, yes, please, send me between schools. Now, all of them that I've worked with said, if that's what I need to do, I'm going to do it. But it is a pain. A lot of times they have to pack up computers and equipment and they've got to move it, and it's not necessarily ideal. So I think for some of our teachers, this is an alternative to that. The elimination of hybrid teaching in MCPS, we can't really say that enough. Shorter class sessions that allow for setup and planning. So instead of the bell ringing and a teacher's got 5 minutes, now they might have 5 or 10 at the front end, but then they got 45 minutes to think about how am I planning differently for the virtual school. And a dedicated ITRT. Katie Larimer is dedicated to the virtual school program to help with technology and curriculum because those needs are very different from what an in-class teacher. And then some teachers will teach online courses, as I mentioned, within their schedule to meet students' curriculum needs. The middle school schedules is more straightforward, less wonky, because we had so many changes a year ago for middle school. And really, I'm excited for those as we come out of, hopefully, the pandemic, to really kind of talk to you guys more about the amazing expansions that we've had at middle school. We haven't been able to focus on that because of everything else that's going on, but the bell schedule is one of the things that we really made more uniform, so it's a little bit easier to work with. This is the flyer and the beginning of our communications portion of the presentation. And I did put one on each of you all's desk so that you guys can take a closer look, because I know that it's pretty small to look at on the screen. Sign up deadlines. So Sue mentioned this. Of course, I've heard these concerns as well. What we've done with the elementary and secondary is push those deadlines back as far as we can. So in a normal year, when Mr. Pauly and I put together our schedule, normally our course signups from the high school would be due to us by about the third week of March. So for secondary, we've already backed that up an extra month. And we hope that that's helpful. But we also recognize that families are going to have some difficulty making a decision in April for something that's not going to occur in August. So why do we have the deadline at all? The deadlines are really necessary for internal planning and scheduling purposes. At some point, school board office, principals, counselors have to sit down and determine what classes do kids want, how many of them they want, how does that impact our staffing. And so we really need a time period where that data is not changing on us on a daily basis. And I know that's a little bit of seeing how the sausage is made, but it really is a critical piece. That doesn't mean, as Mr. Tribaka mentioned, I had to make a decision on April 23rd, and now I'm stuck. So, this program was designed from day one to be flexible. There are going to be opportunities for students to change their schedules. We know that students are going to move into MCPS and move out of MCPS over the summer. When schedules come out, at the high schools, every July, the students get excited, they see their schedule, and first thing they want to do is know what classes are my friends in, and wait, I changed my mind. I've changed since I requested this 6 months ago. I really don't want this course anymore. So there will be a smaller, less formal process later in the summer, late July, early August, where people do have families, students, have the opportunity to change their mind from virtual to in school or the other way around. But I do want to emphasize the importance of that 2-month window where we can sit down, look at the data, and make decisions.
Mark, wouldn't you say it's easier to, if you think there's a possibility that you want the virtual program, it's probably best that you sign up for that. It's probably easier to come out of the virtual program and back into your school because there's more sections at your school. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Than there is in the virtual program?
Yep.
And so to get your spot in the virtual program, it's easier to pull out, say the week before school. No, I'm good. We can go full time. It's probably easier to pull out, go back to your school, and it makes it a lot better. Something else too that can ease people's minds is this: we'll still be using Virtual Virginia. And Virtual Virginia signups are right to the start of school. So that's pretty much what you did this year. Kids can sign up right to the beginning of school for our virtual program. And if for some reason one of our in-person classes is filled, they could still do, or they opt to do, a Virtual Virginia class, which has no time. It's all asynchronous. And so.
Correct. Absolutely. A great point. And we've got a note to put that in our communications to students and families that if you're on the fence, you're not sure where you want to go, we strongly encourage you to sign up for the virtual school program because that does make our scheduling easier. And students at that point are going to have greater flexibility for courses. If we have, a certain number of students sign up for the virtual school, just to throw a number out there, maybe it's 300 at the high school level. it's easier for us to say, okay, we need to dedicate some more teacher resources than if all of a sudden August 1st shows up and we've got an extra 200 kids that want into the virtual school. So yeah, absolutely. We will be notifying parents and students that if you're on the fence in late April, we strongly recommend that you sign up for the virtual school program, and then you can take another check in July and August and make another decision there if your circumstances have changed for your family.
So with that said, if we have folks who are opting into the virtual school and then change their mind, is there a waiting list for folks who couldn't get in because the class sizes got too big, and they can now fill that slot?
You mean within MCPS courses?
Right.
So I'll let Dr. Wickham speak to the elementary piece, but certainly within secondary, middle school, and high school, it would be on a per class basis. It's certainly possible that we would get 30 students signed up for a health and medical sciences course, but that would not preclude them from joining the virtual school. Just might mean they need to take that class the following semester or the following year.
But what if they want to do the whole virtual and can't get in, and then someone else opts out?
Sure, yeah, one for one, we could certainly trade that, yeah. But I would think that even if somebody doesn't drop out, that there should be room for someone to come in.
Yeah, I look at it like, you're almost looking at it like a regular school. You have classes in a regular high school that fill up, okay? And once they fill up, no more students can go into that class. So I envision we'll still have several classes that will always have openings, but maybe a class wouldn't be available because it's at its max capacity, just like a regular high school, and they maybe have to choose a different elective or something like that. And it almost runs almost like a regular high school because, just because you go to a certain high school does not mean you're guaranteed to get in a certain elective. That's for sure. But everyone will be worked with and accommodated and the best we can. I know Mr. Husband's done a great job of that this year. Yep.
So for now, it's really just a decision of, do I want to do virtual school? It's not like there's, for secondary anyway, it's not like there is a course listing of the courses that we expect to offer, because that probably depends on
They're
how
actually
many
signing
students
up
want
right
to do
now
it,
during
right?
the normal registration process.
Okay.
So if they're a student at Christiansburg High School, whatever's offered in the program of studies, then
Okay.
they sign up for whatever they want, and we work our tail off to make sure that it's available for them.
So, and then to be clear, this is our, basically, if we are where we think we're going to be in the fall, right, where things are much better but not out of the woods, we're basically overlapping virtual and remote. It's one and the same, right? If you're a student that wants to go remote, this is actually your option. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just to add confusion to the whole thing, right?
Yeah, we had to come up with a bunch of terminology a year ago, and some of it we're still trying to figure out. Yeah, so when I would say remote and hybrid, I would say the same thing, in that a teacher's probably teaching you in the classroom and then other students are at home, whereas virtual is the shorter sessions with asynchronous work outside of it. But yes, this is, if a student doesn't want to come into a physical building, this is their option for an education in MCPS.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to introduce Katie Larimer. She's designed some really great flyers and websites, and she's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to communicate to our families.
Mark, one more quick point I wanted to make. I know we poo-poo hybrid, but I posted on my Facebook page a really good research article this week that actually talked about videos and asynchronous learning. And it was done more at the university level, but I think for a lot of our courses, of course, we have so many DE and AP classes and honors courses and things like that. I'm sure the research is, before we completely poo-poo everything that has to do with hybrid, right? I hope that we consider some of the good things out of it that we might be able to keep, like, recording stuff in Google Classroom and throwing it up there for, I see that less in elementary school maybe as being beneficial, but certainly in high school and maybe even some middle school, it could be beneficial. So
sure.
I hope we don't
Katie
toss the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak.
Yeah, Katie can better talk to the technology piece than I can, but virtual school, in a lot of ways, eliminates absences. Right.
Yes.
If a student has a low-grade fever, they can still go to school. So that's another really exciting piece of it. But, yeah.
There's an elimination. We talk about the elimination of hybrid. I think To be more specific, the elimination of teachers having to teach kids in front of them and on the screen.
Sure.
But there are multiple things that have come out of this that's good,
Yeah.
that teachers will continue to use and utilize as we move forward. And yeah, you don't want to get rid of those. I mean, there's a lot of advantages that have occurred this year, but the number one thing when we talk about what's bad about hybrid is trying to juggle these kids here on the screen, the kids in the classroom. And we know that's tough. And, of course, we, when we surveyed first semester, we threw that out as something that if we want to change that second semester, it would have been a good time. And folks, majority said, no, let's just leave it the way it is for this year with the understanding that I don't have to do this anymore after this year. So I think that's what we mean by the piece of hybrid that is not best practice. So.
And I could speak a little bit to the technology side of things. For the last several years, I've been in ITRT. Before kind of stepping into this role a little bit. And we have worked for years with our teachers with some of those practices you were talking about, recording your videos, posting them so students can watch them later, adding video directions to the work that you're having students do and things like that. And so one of the most exciting things for me over the last year, in all the stress of getting teachers ready to do this, has been seeing some of those things happen because the pandemic kind of forced it. So that's just from the job I've been doing, something that's been very exciting. So the flyer, our next steps are going to be to let MCPS families know about the virtual school program. This flyer, which you have a copy of, will be sent home to students in a variety of ways. This flyer includes a link to our pending VSP page on the MCPS website. This slide is a rough draft of what that website would look like. Obviously, we couldn't go ahead and publish a website before we were ready to do that. The website contains all the information families need in order to make an informed decision about what is the best fit for their child. It includes sample daily schedules, other information, and student expectations. If a family decides the program is a good fit for the child, the VSP site also contains the sign-up forms they would need to complete. The sign-up process does vary slightly by grade level. We do not anticipate denying entry into the virtual school program. However, the sign-up forms do collect some information to make sure that students are placed in a position to be successful. And the flyer with information about the virtual school program will be sent to families in paper form through the school counseling departments, through Peach Jar, and through other division-wide communications. I got the easy part.
Thank you. I hate to be a party pooper, but are we going to make the correction, do students have to switch schools since flyer is lovely, but that's not correct now.
Can you repeat that question?
Do students have to switch schools? Secondary students will be enrolled in Shawsville Middle. We just said that for the first
Yeah,
year.
thanks. I just handed that. I said, here's the note and here's the edits we need to make on that.
I hate to be
No, we've
bearer
written and
of-
revised this flyer probably a dozen times by now, so.
But I mean, it looks so nice. I
One more
thought
time
maybe
isn't
you've
gonna
made like
hurt,
a million
right?
copies
Oh, no.
already, and I was kind of
No, not yet.
worried.
They said they only made 8.
Yeah.
Okay, whew.
Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
little worried about that because I was
Yeah.
feeling bad about asking you to fix that.
That's okay. We'll revise it and get it right and be clear about this is a one-year thing due to the pandemic and the expectations for the future. And I think
Okay.
that's an easy one.
Mark,
All right.
one quick follow-up on this. Like this year, will this be a full year commitment or will it be a semester commitment?
We're going to ask for a semester commitment.
Okay.
But we also recognize that life happens. And
okay.
if a parent and student come to us with a good reason that why they need to change in October, we're going to do what's best
Okay,
for them.
great, thanks. That's good.
Yep. Katie's told me about 20 times now that this is the final version of the flyer. So maybe number 21 is
That's
the
why I
best.
didn't want to say anything. I know
Thank
that
you all.
feeling.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you all. Okay, next is basically it's the first reading of this policy, and the adjustment of this policy basically is adding elementary is what it's doing. Okay, and so this we'll ask you to approve it at the next next meeting. I'm really excited about this program for so many reasons. Of course, one reason is I think it's going to help us hold our ADM even in the future. I envision this. A lot of folks have liked this way of learning this year, and I could see it being something that they continue even after the pandemic. And we've had some homeschool students who actually enrolled in this program this year who we would have never had. And so that's been a huge benefit too. And so, just commend the work that Katie and Mark are doing. And this is one of the good things that we are doing. Of many. I've talked to other superintendents around the region. And one advantage that we have is our size. We're a good size to be able to do this. And then we have one strand that we do have some room. And what some other schools divisions are doing in Southwest Virginia, they're actually coming together to create their own, and sort of pulling their resources together from different divisions, where we're able to do it here. Right here, and it's been a huge advantage, and I see it. And a lot of our families too travel a lot, and they know it. Their families know it because of jobs. I know a family down the street who, they're between here and I think Sweeton all the time, and they've stayed this and they've used this entire year, and they've been able to get educated with us to have transfer the kids back and forth. So that's been very, very nice. So I'm excited about what we're doing here. Next, let's see. The Gifted Advisory Committee. The Gifted Advisory Committee has submitted their scope of work document for the remainder of the year. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the scope of work documents as presented. And if you have any questions about that, Ms. Whitaker is glad to help.
May I have a motion to approve the scope of work for the Gifted Advisory Committee as presented?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Ms. Drake, will you call roll? Wow.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is you all asked to bring back virtual public comment policy 1-6.8. So we're here tonight, and we have this for a first reading. Have at it. Could you explain what the policy is different?
Can I move to?
Yeah, as to what we actually, from what I remember, it's pretty much we can do virtual comment when in a state of emergency. So in other words, even though we're meeting tonight, we would still have virtual comment in this meeting. If we were ever to go out of a state of emergency, then we would go back to just live. So this would allow for virtual comment during state of emergency, even if we are in the same room together.
Yep.
Is that pretty much sums it up there?
Correct. The version of the policy that you approved in January allows for a virtual public address when you have a virtual meeting. You've experienced that once already, and seen sort of how that works. So what this revision, which of course was requested by Mr. Trabaka, he wanted to see a different version of the policy, allows for virtual public address no matter your location, right? So whether you are in person or not, it allows for that virtual public comment to occur as long as the governor has declared a state of emergency for Montgomery County. Just so you know, that language about the governor declaring a state of emergency, that was provided by the attorney. States of emergency, even local states of emergency. Is that the proper way to say it? States of emergency? They are always declared by the governor. So that's where that language came from and why that stipulation is there.
Brenda, just a question. So I'd like, do we need a motion on the floor to approve before I can ask a motion to skip the first reading?
I'm going to be a little lighthearted. Mr. Trabaka wants to approve this policy. He wants it done. The motion you would make, this is not for action. This is the first reading of the policy.
Correct.
So when you see a policy for the first time, you do have the option, you've done it before, to waive the first reading of the policy and approve the policy. That is its own motion. You are bringing forward that you want to waive the first reading and approve the policy now. That requires a majority vote of the board. It can be done as a single motion. unless the board wants to split it up for whatever reason, but that's the purview of the board. It was not brought to you for action tonight.
Okay. Well, I would like to move that we waive the first reading and approve this policy.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
So I just want to make clear where we are on this. We have seen 3 different versions of this policy. One of them was that to allow virtual. I don't know if that's entirely correct. We've at least discussed 3 versions, but one was to allow virtual public comment only when we do a virtual meeting. One was is what we have in front of us, which I kind of look at as a compromise, and then the other is to always allow, to basically make our policy from now on to always allow virtual public comment. So I think the number 1 and number 3 were basically discussed at the first meeting, and then it was my recollection that we agreed on this version as a compromise. But then in that January meeting, I think you guys you ended up voting on the third, number 3, the one that allows at any time, and that motion failed. And I think the intent was to do this, and instead the other one passed. So anyway, all that to basically say, I think we've seen this before. I think we're ready to go. I've talked to the board members who I thought were in support of this, and they've all assured me that they are. So hopefully this clears it up. And I do want to say that it was wonderful to do that. When we had that virtual meeting, it was really great to have virtual public address. And I know that for some of those people that participated, it was probably their first time in almost a year to be able to address us in person. And just as we saw tonight, I mean, Ms. Franklin says this all the time. I'm not sure if I believed her when I first came on the board, but she speaks the truth when she says that there is a difference. Not to say, I mean, I read all my emails, but hearing some people in front of you too makes a difference. So I do think that we should offer that. Thanks.
Any other further discussion? Ms. Drake, can I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Cardon?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Cass. Did I hear you properly?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I need to back up. Ms. Cardon?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yay. For public address. What we need. Absolutely.
Okay, our next agenda item is unfinished business. Are there any matters of unfinished business? Yes.
Yes. I'd like to touch on the norms and protocols, since there was this little leaflet here. I was kind of flipping through that when I had some free time. And basically what I was thinking of as I was looking at it as how much I still feel like as a board, it was mentioned that we apparently are still dysfunctional, and we still have a lot of other things I think we need to work on as a whole, as the board. So I just wanted to say, and this is just my own opinion, and if it's the will of the board, then we could do it. But I feel that we need to have more guidance on our norms and protocols. I don't think we're adhering to them the way we should be, and I think it's probably because we haven't set forth policy and procedure like we should, and that's been done in the past. And I'm not trying to lay blame on anyone at all for that. I'm just saying that we should, if there are policies and procedures to be followed, that we should probably be following those. I think that would help us govern our meetings and the board as a whole to come together and have the meetings run more smoothly. So I'm just proposing to the board, if they feel the same, to maybe possibly meet again with Gina and Sam, and maybe at the same time, because it's been discussed that we were wanting to plan our school board self-evaluations, and maybe we could tie that into norms and protocols. And then on top of that, I don't know how anybody else feels, but I think I would like some additional training on Robert's rules. I don't think that would hurt at this point to go over. Again, the will of the board, how they feel as well. But I just wanted to throw that out there to see maybe what the board thinks and get everybody's opinion on that.
Well, I certainly think that's a good idea. Penny and I actually spoke about that at Agenda Prep as far as having a time set to do the self-evaluation. And I do think that, as far as Robert's rules, I know Penny mentioned that, we haven't done them in 20 years. And, I think to be a better, more efficient governing body, we need to be more familiar with those and use those to give to be more efficient and effective. So if there are other board members who agree that we need to proceed with additional development, then we can certainly work on setting that up.
I mean, I have no objection. I think refreshing Robert's rules, definitely a good thing. And also we said we will do self-evaluation at one point, so that will be a good thing. And definitely getting better on the functioning side, it is a good thing. And I think having all those all together is important part. That's so we can all agree how to function moving forward. So I'm all for it.
Anybody else?
So part of our discussion was around, and Brenda, you can help with what the title was, the development that the board went through several years ago that took some time, board members, other than just our regular work as 2 meetings a month, and it was well worth it. So what was the...
VSBA refers to that now as their Master Board Governance Series.
Right.
That, of course, consists of several different modules, and we gave you and Ms. Graham information on other modules that they have available. But yeah, they consider it their Master Board Governance Series. It includes personality components, talks a lot about team development, working together as a team, and then pulls in some of the other aspects I believe I'm hearing from you about board governance, and a little bit of the running of a meeting, and maybe not as much in Robert's Rules of Order, but I've found Gina and Sam that if they have the ability, they can. Does that sound right to you, Ms. Franklin?
Yeah. So, Jamie, you remember we went through that, and
Absolutely.
I thought it was very, very helpful and would encompass all the different things that we are saying that we would like to improve on or with. So I would ask that we investigate the time commitment and bring that back to the board to see how we are able to work that into our schedules. At that time, there was a specific amount of time that you had to do it within, and we even had to do one on a Sunday afternoon to be able to meet that, but it's well worth it. And I'm going to say this again, thinking that our work is only on the first and the third Tuesday of the month.
It's not true.
It is not true. So I would ask board members to understand that and be willing to put in the time to help us function better.
So what Penny and I could do is to send out that same information that Ms. Drake gave us, and people could weigh in, and then we could take that and find some times that would throw some times out that people could agree to. It would have to be off of our normal Tuesday meeting schedules in order to do that.
Just so I can be clear on what you need from me, because I am hearing two different things. So
sorry.
I apologize. What I heard from Ms. Franklin was investigating the time requirement, and you're right, the window of time that you have to complete the sessions that are involved in maybe that master board series of courses.
Right.
And then what I hear from Ms. Graham and Ms. Parton is looking at maybe some of the options, and I am happy to do both, and find out sort of the hours and the requirements for both. I just want to make sure that I do what you want.
Right. I think we need to weigh that. I think we need to weigh the master. You know,
Sure.
do we need all the pieces of that? And what would be the time commitment of doing that versus the list that you gave us where we can pick and choose where we think we need the most help
Right.
and growth. So I think, but you already have some of that.
Some of it, but I'll reach out
Yeah.
to Gina and Sam. I never want to discount the fact that they are always trying to improve that process.
Sure.
I know I have seen it in my time as a clerk. I know that you all have seen it in your time as board members. So I'll reach out to them.
Right.
I'll get those timelines and things for you. I'll send it out for you for your additional consideration.
And then definitely the Roberts rules. And I know we've attended some sessions, myself and you and Goonan. I think that's a good start, but I think it needs to be more school board related as far as how to do that. So maybe even Gina and Sam have some guidance on that.
Absolutely. If that's something they can work into what I think they described as a board functioning
Okay.
thing. We'll talk to them. We'll find out what their expertise are.
Okay.
We'll get you all the options there. We'll get you a menu.
Okay.
Let you choose.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that's I like the idea of it, Dana, and I love you guys, but this year, I think it's good that Ms. Franklin brought up the time commitment, because this year we've had a lot of extra meetings, and we're about to embark on, another, we always have our retreat and our superintendent evaluations, which also leads to extra meetings right before summertime. So I do think the time frame is something to look at. I personally wonder if we wouldn't also just benefit from, I guess what maybe in the past it sounds like was more of a classic retreat. I don't know, Jamie and Penny, you've talked to that. I feel like in the past where, where the board did this kind of thing, maybe more informally, even like during a retreat or during a retreat day or during a retreat evening.
No, I
or
think they
something
had
like that.
extra sessions
No,
for this.
This is extra
Yeah.
sessions.
I'm not talking about this particular thing. I'm just saying that it might also be beneficial to explore doing something in, a half-day format or something like that, whether it's facilitated or not. So that's my take. I don't know, I think the time commitment's going to be, I'm certainly willing to do some, but, I'd like some conversations before we commit to.
Right. We have to get the information
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
So I'm just going to say this again. I think it's pretty clear to everybody, if we don't have something that's facilitated, we ain't going to get nowhere.
Yeah.
And for us to be able to improve, it's going to take that commitment. It's going to take that extra time to be able to work through how we work better together, how we understand who each other are, and how we work, how we process information. And in the very beginning, hearing about all this kind of stuff, I'm not that touchy-feely kind of, I need to tell you everything stuff, but it works. And it has worked to improve this board throughout the years, how we function. And unless we make a commitment to doing that, we're going to end up keep having this conversation. I'm tired of keep having this conversation. Let's get some work done.
Yeah. Great. I agree. All right. Does anybody have any new business they'd like to bring
Actually,
up?
I'm sorry, I wanted to bring up another item of unfinished.
Sorry, what?
I wanted to bring up another item of unfinished business,
Oh,
please.
okay. Okay.
Before we moved on to new business. So I just wanted to, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but, we had a lot of speakers tonight, and I just want to say thanks to everybody in the public that came out, especially for, a lot of those speakers were students, and it's always really great to hear from them. I wrote down everything everybody said, at least tried to get the big takeaway points, and there was a lot of overlap. And, I think one of the things that they're telling us is that they want to see better relationship between the board and them, the board and our staff, and I would probably agree with that. And, they brought up issues of trust, and there was some anger. so I think that we should start to think about, how we address some of these things. As far as the student input goes, I really enjoyed I have enjoyed in the past having the student school board members on. But I do wonder with this, we've kind of taken a pause from that during this pandemic. So I wonder if we could have an opportunity to maybe rethink, how that went or what it looks like in the future when we're kind of out of this and are able to do it again. What would we tweak? What would we change? What would we keep? That type of a thing. So I think that's something that that could help. And, other than that, I know emotions are running high, but I think the trust issue is something that is not happening because we're not following some governance norms or protocols. So I think that's another area that I think we need to discuss as a board, and talk about I'm not talking just about trust between each other, but trust with our community and our constituents. And I think that's important to work on as well.
Okay, thank you. Is there any new business? No? Okay. Any announcements and information?
Yes, I have one. Last April, when I thought I should not seek to be a chair so that I will have time to make plans, should be moving forward, and then I had no idea how fast a year would pass and how stressful the year would be. So here I am, realized that I cannot keep postponing my decision any further in order to give future candidates time to get ready. So I would like to give the opportunity to others, as my dear friend Phyllis Albertron has given to me 8 years ago. So I would like to announce tonight that publicly I do not wish to run for re-election in November. It has been a pleasure and honor to serve with you guys. I did it with integrity and always try to do what is best for the students. I learned a lot, that's for sure. I try to represent our division at state and national levels proudly, and I think now it's time for me to move on. I would like to take this opportunity to thank District A voters for trusting me, soon to be for 8 years. I will continue to advocate for public education and definitely MCPS. Well, now I'm looking forward to continuing to do my best till the end of my term, which is like probably 10 more months, which I'm looking forward to continuing. Well, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Goonan, for always doing what's best for students.
I try.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is closed session.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Graham. Upcoming school board meetings.
I'm sorry.
And I
Totally
only bring it up
skipped
because your next one is different.
Yes, you're right. So the upcoming school board meetings are listed in our agenda, and we do have on March 16th the anti-bias training that starts at 2 o'clock. It is at the PD Center. And then we will have dinner, and that will be followed by our joint session meeting to present the budget as a board to the Board of Supervisors, and that starts at 7, also at the PD Center. I do okay? Got it all?
Yep, it's covered.
All right. And then you can see the other meetings coming up. Any questions on the upcoming board meetings? No? All right. At this time, we'll move to closed session. Do I have a motion to move into closed session to discuss 2 personnel matters, 4 student matters, and 1 real estate matter as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session.
So